on the same page.
Give us an update on the weight of the past as you begin your book. The weight of the past of President Trump hearkening to tariffs of the 1930s, and the weight of the past of Vladimir Putin hearkening back to Elizabeth or Catherine rather, or Alexander the Great. I mean, the weight of the past here in these discussions is huge, right?
Yeah, I think that's a terrific point. I mean, obviously this fascination with tariffs making the U.S. stronger again is also...
Hello, this is DrPaulCottrell, and we are live streaming on Rumble and YouTube. I'm setting up the live stream on my website. I'm going to also be setting up the X Spaces for a call-in, so please join the call-in, ask questions, give me your opinion about what's going on in the news. There's a lot to cover today. Let me go back to Bloomberg here, but before I do, please help support my work. Follow my channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. It's really important that you subscribe to all those channels so you get the notifications due to different strikes that take place on my YouTube channels. Also, please follow me on X. I have 2 X channels. I also have GETTR, so please follow me on all 3 of those social media platforms. In addition, you can listen to my podcast on Podomatic, Apple Podcast, and on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, underneath broadcast radio. In addition to that, please help support the free videos that I offer. I offer thousands of free videos to the public about finance and economics, about international and domestic policy and current events, health and wellness, and scientific endeavors. So please help support my channel by purchasing the products that I offer on my store, by subscribing, by sharing the links, by asking your social media to follow me, and also donating on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. It is through your donations and purchasing of the products that help support my work. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or Buy Me a Coffee on my homepage. At the very bottom, there are links. You click those links, and then you can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or Buy Me a Coffee. You can also be a paid member to my Patreon channel. It's the Patreon's paid members that help support the free content. So please help with that endeavor and be a paid member to my Patreon channel. And not only that, if you listen to the resistance points and the support levels of the S&P 500, I'm actually telling you how to make money. So just pay attention to what I have to say, and you'll not only make money, you'll improve your health, and you'll get you'll learn a lot more about science. But please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right. So with that said, let's go to Bloomberg. All right, and then I'll give you my take on the market.
To be doing a lot of heavy lifting.
This is why we have you on, Angela Stent. Keith Kellogg has earned it. He's actually a throwback, folks, to the kind of military we had in the first weeks of the first Trump administration. What would you expect, Angela Stent, General Kellogg can advise on to the Ukrainians, and particularly Mr. Zelensky, or for that matter, to our European allies who feel left out?
So I think General Kellogg, as I know him from what I've read, he's much more suspicious and hawkish on Russia than apparently a number of the other people who are going to be involved in this. So I think if I were him, he clearly has to advise the Ukrainians, to be as tough as they can and to try and retain whatever leverage they have. He has, however, said that they should be holding elections soon, which will be very difficult as long as the war goes on. And by the way, even if Trump and Putin meet and negotiations begin, the Russians aren't going to stop that war until they get, what they want. And I think what he would be advising the Europeans is that they remain involved and step up when this war is over, because both President Trump and Mr. Hegseth have made it clear that U.S. troops aren't going to be part of this deal.
Angela, I'm going to ask you a question we don't have a lot of time for, because I know we could talk about it for hours, but the Caucasus region, and Georgia in specific, the Georgia Tree, all of that, Armenia, just talk to us a little bit about what is going on in Ukraine and the spillover effect into some of these nations you're seeing that lie between the Asian steppe and Russia itself.
Yeah, well, in Georgia, you now have a government in power that's much more pro-Russian. And if you look at opinion polls, Georgians said, we don't want to happen to us what happened to Ukraine, and therefore we have to accept the fact that Georgia need a government that's more pro-Russian. Armenia's going the other way. It's now distancing itself from Russia, trying to have a closer relationship with the US and with Europe. So there's a lot of turmoil, but obviously the Russian war on Ukraine has made all of these countries sit up and think about how they negotiate their future.
And one final question quickly here, Dr. Sten. In this incredibly original meeting of Trump and Putin, what will you listen for?
So I'm going to listen for, what they say when they come out. Every other meeting is had with President Putin. President Trump has praised him. President Putin has also praised Trump, but less enthusiastically. I'll be listening for that, and I'll be listening to see whether, in fact, these two leaders are going to go on and negotiate something more than an end to the war in Ukraine, but in fact, whether the United States is going to cede to Russia what it wants, which is a restoration of its sphere of influence.
It is a one volume, 362 pages. I can't say enough about it. Angela Stent, Putin's World, my book of the year, I guess I said 3 years ago. Thank you so much, Dr. Stent. Honored to have you with us here this morning, always with the Brookings Institution. Futures up 9, they lift off PPI. Dow futures up 91. The VIX well under 16, 15.72. With our news in New York City, Michael Barr.
Thank you very much, Tom, Danny, and Lisa. President Donald Trump announced that he would introduce reciprocal tariffs, promising to impose tariffs on imports from countries with higher duties on U.S. goods. The move is a major escalation of his trade war with economic partners. The announcement expected in just under 4 hours comes ahead of Trump's meeting with Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, whose country is expected to be heavily impacted by the reciprocal tariffs. As we've been talking about, President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin have agreed to start negotiating an end to the war in Ukraine. We get details with Bloomberg's Bill Ferries.
President Trump announcing that he had this call that wasn't scheduled in advance, publicly at least, that he had this call with Vladimir Putin. He announced it on social media. Of course, there's a lot of European leaders and defense officials gathered in Munich for a security conference. They were all taken very much by surprise. In the past, in these kind of situations, the U.S. president would often reach out to the allies to talk to them, consult with them ahead of a call like that.
Bloomberg's Bill Ferries. Speaking in Brussels today, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth dismissed the notion that Trump's call amounted to a betrayal, calling him the best negotiator on the planet. However, the European Union is pushing back against Trump's plan to negotiate with Putin over Ukraine's future without the EU or Ukraine at the table. EU Foreign Policy Chief Kaja Kallas says such a plan will not succeed.
Any quick fix is a dirty deal, and it will just simply not work.
Authorities say 28 people have been injured, 2 of them seriously, after a car drove into demonstrators in Munich, Germany. Police said the driver of the vehicle, a 24-year-old Afghan asylum seeker, was arrested. The incident occurred about a mile from where the annual Munich Security Conference is set to open tomorrow. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Tom, Damien, Lisa.
Michael, thanks so much. Mohammed Alarian channels the wonderful John authors of Bloomberg here. John's on with a spectacular note showing the movement in inflation-adjusted yields, the so-called break-evens, and they come in different flavors: 2-year, 5-year, 10-year. I focus on the 10-year, which is more stable, nevertheless elevated. Damien, you mentioned it earlier, but the 2-year break-evens are a moonshot.
Yeah. No, I mean, I definitely have been watching that, but it's really the 5-year break-evens. That's really where I
The middle 10s, yeah.
For the ones that are watching on Rumble and YouTube, there's live streaming going on. Also on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. I've set up X Spaces. Please go to my X channel and you can do a call in live, ask questions, give me your take on the news. This is supposed to be interactive. Please type in the chat on your comments about the news. But again, don't be afraid. You can go to X Spaces, call in, and do a live call into the show and tell me your take on economics or what's going on geopolitically or what's going on, you know, with the Trump administration. There's a lot that's happening in the world in a very short amount of time. And this show is supposed to be interactive. So please feel free to join. Okay, so let's go to Al Jazeera really quick here to see what they have to say.
For example, what we saw with Canada and Mexico. The US president used the threat of tariffs to achieve border security on the domestic front. So this is what the president often does in order to try and achieve a larger goal. So there is the possibility that that's what these tariffs are again, that the US president has these tariffs in mind in order to achieve a larger objective. In this case, it's likely something to do with energy and energy security. Now, the other reason for this is that the US president has made a pledge to the American people to keep costs down, and in order to do that with his campaign pledge of keeping those tax cuts, he needs to find a way to pay for it. And so this is another one of those ways. Tariffs means that he's bringing in the income and passing it on to the American consumer.
Meanwhile, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Washington, D.C. for talks with President Trump. The visit comes as New Delhi announced cuts to tariffs on premium motorcycles. The decision is welcomed by American manufacturer Harley-Davidson, whose difficulties breaking into the Indian market became a rallying cry during Republican campaign events. Modi joins a growing list of world leaders seeking to maintain their relationships with the United States. Sudan's army says it's made a breakthrough in the battle for Khartoum, recapturing much of the Kafuri district from rebel forces. The area was a stronghold of the rapid support forces. Military commanders say they're...
All right, we're going to go to the Senate, the Senate committee to vote on Kash Patel's nomination to forward it to the floor.
Vocalize support for President Trump or objections to COVID-19 vaccine. I was forced to take early retirement to pay bills and have essentially been sidelined from employment opportunities due to the FBI abuse of the clearance system to target me for my political beliefs. End of quote. Now you're going to hear these names, Jeff Beltry and Dina Perkins, crop up here quite often. So I don't know who they are, but they're obviously not very good people to have in the FBI when they take retaliation as they have. A fourth FBI whistleblower and a registered Democrat said, quote, as a security division employee, I witnessed abuses committed against multiple employees by FBI senior leaders, particularly by Jeff Beltry and Dina Perkins. I also saw security division.
I'm going to go to MSNBC. They published an hour ago about America's inflation. Now, producer index data came out today, a little bit hotter than expected. So in the producer inflation number, it came in at about 0.4 and the expectation was 0.3. Previous data throughout the week also showed some indication of inflation. Therefore, the Federal Reserve most likely will not lower rates. So that's going to be perturbing the markets. There seems to be a stickiness with inflation at the consumer level or even at the producer level. So this is probably problematic for the Federal Reserve for monetary policy for 2025. So with that said, let me do the MSNBC spin on this. I haven't seen this video. I suspect that they'll be blaming Trump, but there is an issue here. There's a persistence of this inflation.
The latest inflation data shows consumer prices rose more than anticipated last month, raising questions about the future direction of interest rates. You have charts on this. Take it away.
Yeah, Mika, we've been expecting inflation to continue to kind of moderate, ease down, and provide more room for the Federal Reserve to cut interest rates and give relief, of course, to consumers as well from rising prices. But last month, we didn't quite get that. It wasn't a disaster, but it wasn't what we hoped for. Consumer prices actually rose. And we look at consumer prices as, you know, two ways. One, all of them, and the other when you take out food and energy, what we call core, which is this blue line right here. And core is running now at about 3.3%. It's gone up for 4 months in a row. It is the highest it's been in over a year. And so the moderating trend that we've seen for so long seems to have abated for now. And this is not lost on consumers. So this is very important because what consumers expect actually plays a meaningful role in what actually happens in inflation. And you can see here, consumers were expecting that when they look ahead a year, they expected higher inflation, and then they expected inflation to come down, 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 down. And look what's happened here. Consumer expectations for inflation have shot up, and consumers now expect inflation could be as high as 4.3% over the coming year. And again, that has a self-reinforcing quality, and so that makes it tougher as well for the Fed to bring down inflation.
So, Steve,
now remember what the Fed does. It looks at real inflation. It looks at a lot of different indicators, but a major indicator is the real inflation number, or the guesstimated inflation number, if you want to get really specific, and looking at their 2% target. So in theory, if it's above 2%, then they're not going to cut rates. But they also look at the unemployment rate. And this is why I kept on saying, if you have an unemployment rate lower than 5%, that means your economy is hot. And because from just basic economic theory, natural unemployment rate should be 5%. Now, the target, inflation target to prevent deflation or to prevent inflation, the Federal Reserve has adopted for many years a targeted inflation of 2%. So if it's below 2%, then your economy is potentially stalling. But if it's above 2%, your economy is potentially going into an inflationary period. But it depends on also the job market. But because the job market is hot, because it's below the natural unemployment rate of 5%, it's at 4 point something. I think it's at 4.0 right now. It used to be at 4.3. So it's at 4.0 or around there. It's below the natural unemployment rate. So there's too many jobs being filled relative to the number of goods and services that are being provided. So that's an inflationary problem. And then on top of it, you have real numbers coming in above 2%, and you have expectation numbers for year over year for a year out of 4.3. There is no way, if the Federal Reserve cut rates, chances are the economy would get even hotter. Unemployment rate would drop more, and inflation would go up. This is why I said when the Federal Reserve started cutting rates, it was a bad idea. I said that months ago. And what I said months ago is playing out right now. Right now, with these just two simple facts. Unemployment rate is below the 5% target. Natural unemployment rate is 5%. People are trying to, rationalize that the unemployment number could be lower and not cause problems with the economy. But all the economic theory out there for hundreds of years shows that it's about 5%. It swings a little bit, but it's about 5%. And the same thing with the 2% target. So now you have Democrats that are actually saying, well, let's move the 2% target from the Federal Reserve up higher. So when the inflation rates are coming in at 3, then the Federal Reserve is more prone to cut. Will that be inflationary? Think about it just in a mind experiment. Why don't we make the inflation target 10% of the Federal Reserve? So every time the inflation target is below 10%, we cut. Well, obviously that would be inflationary because every time the Federal Reserve cuts rates, they're printing money. That's what that means. So the point here is this. Our economy is too hot. The Federal Reserve is not doing what it needs, and it needs to raise rates, not cut rates, not hold rates. But what most likely will happen, because of the economic data that's coming in, they are not going to cut. They're going to hold. Because if they raise, then it's really going to cause market disruption, especially in the equities market. So the Federal Reserve, when they did their cut series in 2024, they screwed up. Not only did they not read the transitory inflation data wrong. You remember Yellen saying, "Oh, inflation's transitory" back in the Biden administration. They read that, the Treasury read it wrong, the Federal Reserve read it wrong. And then now in 2024, when they were making their rate cuts, they screwed up, and now we're going to have an inflationary bout. They should not have cut. But a lot of people were saying, "Oh, cut. We need to have lower for our mortgage payments and our credit cards and blah, blah, blah." But the inflation number was above 2%, and the unemployment rate was below 5%. Those two indicators should be tightened, not be more dovish. Huge problem. Now, also, this will turn into politics, where economics and politics merge in the Venn diagram. This inflationary bout that the Federal Reserve screwed up and cut rates back in 2024 is going to be blamed on Trump because of tariffs. Watch.
Consumers' interest rates, what's the market saying?
Yeah, so when you have more inflation, it pushes up interest rates because people expect to get a return on their money. The Federal Reserve controls what we call shorter term interest rates. This is the Federal Reserve's interest rate. And you can see they've cut it a couple of times. But what's also happened is the 10-year Treasury, the yield on the 10-year Treasury has gone up and up and up here since the election. There are really three things in the Trump policies that are worrisome for inflation. Number one, of course, are tariffs. We've talked a lot about tariffs and how they affect prices and can pay for by consumers.
Right.
That has
So we're already 2 minutes and 15 seconds with the MSNBC description of the bout of inflation, expectation, year out, and consumer and producer inflation numbers that came in. Not once did he state that the Federal Reserve screwed up in 2024 by cutting rates. Because the two really gold standards when it comes to monetary policy is really simple. Is your unemployment above or below natural unemployment rate? Right now, we're below natural unemployment rate. That means the economy is too hot. Second, our inflation is above the 2% target. That also is an indication that there's pressure in the system where there's inflation. So the Federal Reserve should have never cut in 2024. But they were pushed by the market to keep on cutting and keep on cutting. And market participants, these institutional investors, they have to have this hot money that's coming in from the Federal Reserve. That's what they're betting on. So if the Federal Reserve decides to raise rates, the market's going to sell off, at least short term. If the Federal Reserve decreases rates, then the market will rally because they're all betting on the Federal Reserve cutting. But yet standard economic theory is suggesting our economy is too hot. So the Federal Reserve, when they cut in 2024, actually made this happen. This little bout of inflation that we have right now and the expectation numbers of 4.3% year over year for inflation, that is a psychological reaction to the overcutting that was taking place in 2024 by the Federal Reserve. But most people were worried about, oh, cut the rate so it cuts the credit card numbers, and you know, cut the rate. The Federal Reserve cut the rate so the mortgages are a little bit more digestible. The problem is that actually the Americans' economy is actually too high, and the Federal Reserve needs to slightly raise rates, not radically. They should have radically raised rates during their screw up with the transitory inflation, but they didn't do that. They staircased it. But what they really should have done is shock therapy and then staircase down. But they didn't do that because Powell, the chair, the head of the Federal Reserve, is, I think, viewing the economy and viewing monetary policy wrong, just wrong. It's more biased to market participants wanting cheap money, not what the economy really needs.
Effect yet, but that's a drag on inflation, a bad thing for inflation. The second thing is immigration. We benefited from a lot of workers coming into the workforce, which has kept wage increases down a little bit lower than they might have been and helped provide economic growth. And that may be coming to an end. And the third thing is that yesterday, the House Republicans unveiled their budget plan. They want to have massive tax cuts. They want to increase the spending, defense spending.
All right, so the three pillars that he's talking about. Tariffs. Well, shouldn't we have reciprocal trade? Should we constantly be screwed by our trade agreements? Oh, we're trying to reduce illegal immigration, so things are going to be more expensive. So is he promoting slave labor? And oh, taxes. There potentially could be a cut in taxes. Well, how is it inflationary right now if the tax cuts haven't taken place yet? So that's a canard. But the thing is should you be paying more for condoms in Gaza? Or all this wasteful spending that Doge has been finding? Obviously not. What's wrong with making our government more accountable to how it's spending its taxes, its tax revenues? They're wasting our money. So if they're wasting our money, why are we paying the taxes? So all three of these issues long term are beneficial for the country, but they want you to think that these inflationary bouts are only due to taxes, to reduction, tariffs, and illegal immigration, even though this idea that illegal immigration is going to help the economy, well, that's slave labor. That's just trying to institutionalize slave labor. That's trying to just rationalize it. But the real issue was where Powell screwed up in 2024 and shouldn't have cut rates. That's the real issue.
Some vague ideas about cutting other spending, which they didn't detail. But on present course and speed, we're going to get a substantial increase in the deficit out of what's going on in Washington. And that's inflationary because it makes the economy grow faster. And the faster it grows above its potential, the more inflation you get. So all of that has led the market to predict interest rates to remain higher for longer. If you go back to even before the election, we thought the Federal Reserve would have its interest rate down to 3.7%. We're now looking at basically no more interest cuts this year, maybe one cut in December. And so interest rates stalling out is not a good thing for the economy, and especially for mortgage holders, because the 30-year mortgage is stuck up here, close to 7%.
Well, okay. And finally, I guess the penny is not so lucky. It costly to make the penny. A penny for your thoughts.
Well, it could be lucky to hold because maybe there won't be so many anymore.
Right.
So interestingly, the cost of making coins has shot up over the years. Inflation, the cost of the metals that go in and so forth. And one of the ones that's gone up the most is the penny. And it now costs 3.7 cents to make every penny. So the Treasury loses money on every penny it makes. It actually also loses money on the nickel, which costs 13.8 cents, and it makes some amount of money on the quarter and the dime. And so they've announced, and this is long overdue. I mean, you have to give credit where credit's due. The Trump administration has actually made a good policy decision. Maybe it's the only one, but they've made one, which is to eliminate the penny, save some money. And also, consumers don't really use pennies that much. As you can see over here, they really don't use coins at all anymore, as much anymore. We've all gone electronic. And so usage of all these coins, production of all these coins has been going down, down, down. And yeah, when you eliminate the penny, the fear is that stores will round the prices up instead of down, a little bit of extra cost. But you know, Australia, Canada, all those other places that we think of as behind us are actually way ahead of us when it comes to eliminating the penny, because they did it years ago.
All right, let's pull back to the big picture about the economy, Steve. I want to get your take on a few editorials. The Wall Street Journal editorial board writes this morning about Trumponomics and rising inflation. It reads in part this: does President Trump understand money?
See,
Not
Wall
money
Street
as in
Journal,
cash,
Wall Street Journal demonizing Trump about inflation. First, the tariffs just started with China. Maybe it will come ahead in March for Canada and Mexico. Most countries or most companies have front-loaded their stock in the warehouses, so you haven't really seen the tariff yet, if it does happen. And we haven't had the tax cuts yet. So what they're doing, because remember, Wall Street Journal is all about institutional investors, and the institutional investors have to have the hot money from the Federal Reserve. They have to have it. So the Federal Reserve is being pushed to be accommodative. So that means lowering rates, increasing the money supply. But you think that the little person, but you think that lower rates are all great. Maybe, depending on what economic epoch you're in. Lowering rates in a hot environment for the economy is inflationary. But you're not going to benefit from that inflation. Who's going to benefit from the inflation are the major institutional investors. The big equity holders. You're not a big equity holder. You're not an institutional investor. You'll be paying for their gains. That's what's happening here. And they're going to make you want to think that it's all Trumponomics. Trumponomics hasn't even taken hold yet. So how's the inflation, the real inflation number, Trumponomics? This is an afterglow or an aftershock from the poor economic Biden administration, and more to the point, poor monetary policy by the Federal Reserve in 2024. That's what's happening here. Because they weren't willing to do shock therapy when they screwed up with the transitory inflation analysis. And now we're living through that consequence.
Of money, the price of money as measured by interest rates and their impact on inflation. The answer would appear to be no, after Mr. Trump called for lower interest rates on Wednesday, the same day the Labor Department reported an increase in inflation for the third straight month. Perhaps the president wants the public to look elsewhere when assigning blame for rising prices as a political matter. An inflation revival may be the biggest threat to the Trump presidency. Mr. Trump was elected as voters reacted to inflation and falling incomes under Joe Biden. Real average earnings are flat over the last 3 months as inflation has bounced up. If this persists, Mr. Trump won't have a 53% job approval rating for long. And then this from Republican Senator Mitch McConnell. He has a piece this morning for the Courier. Courier Journal entitled Kentuckians Can't Afford the High Cost of Trump's Tariffs. The former majority leader writes in part this, quote, no matter our best intentions, tariffs are bad policy. Blanket tariffs make it more expensive to do business in America, driving up costs for consumers across the board. These aren't just abstract concerns. Broad-based tariffs could have long-term consequences right in our backyard. In Kentucky, local store owners are already hearing about their suppliers' prices going up. One estimate suggests the president's tariffs could cost the average Kentuckian up to $1,200 each year. Preserving the long-term prosperity of American industry and workers requires working with our allies, not against them. Trade wars with our partners hurt working people most, and the president has better tools to protect American workers without forcing our families and businesses to absorb higher costs.
Trump's economic policy has not hit the streets yet. So the inflation that's taking place right now in consumers and price indexes is an afterglow from a poor monetary policy of 2024.
Bradner, I'd love for you to respond to those two editorials. And, you know, I think it's safe to say that Joe Biden left an economy that was moving in the right direction, was it not?
Yeah, and this is the interesting thing for Trump. Joe Biden did leave an economy moving in the right direction.
It went from transitory inflation, ended up being real inflation, and the Federal Reserve started raising rates, but not doing shock therapy, which they should have, and then they started lowering rates. And so people were thinking, oh, we're going in the right direction. First of all, we would have been lower or at 2% target if we had the shock therapy. But everyone's afraid of that because the market's all upset that, you know, heaven forbid the Federal Reserve actually raise rates to stop a heated economy. But that's what we have right now. But in the news, you're going to see on Bloomberg and on CNBC and on all the channels that hate Trump, they're going to say this current inflation that we have right now is all Trump's fault. That's what they're saying. But it can't be. The tax cuts haven't passed Congress. The tariffs just started for China. There's front loading in the warehouses. So the tariffs on China haven't even hit the stores. It's impossible. And then the issue with the Federal Reserve raising rates, cutting rates too quickly in 2024, even though you had inflationary numbers coming in above the 2% target. They were cutting rates when the inflation was above 2%. This is what the Federal Reserve did in 2024 is why we're in the situation we're in right now. It has nothing to do with Trump. Now, Trump may exacerbate this issue, but Trump's economic policies haven't hit the street yet.
Sure. But there was still work to do. The deficit is high, inflation is high, real incomes are rising a bit, contrary to what Mitch McConnell said, but nonetheless not at a rate that we want. And so unlike when Trump came in 2016, when we had very, very low inflation, he's got work to do. And the work, as I said, is in conflict with the policies he's espoused so far, particularly the tariffs. You know, I need to put a new roof on my house. And the guy said to me, you better order these right now because when those tariffs go into effect, the cost is going to go up 25% of those materials because those shingles all come.
See? The prices are not in the street yet. But yet consumer and production data is showing that inflation has gone up. Real. That expectation, real. So it can't be the tariff. Now, Trump is trying to get rid of illegal immigrants. But if you're going to try to say that our economy needs to grow by using slave labor, then I think we have a moral issue that we need to really talk about.
Canada, so that's what we're looking at. But there are a couple of interesting conundrums here because first, Trump is an easy money guy. Real estate guys are easy money guys. They like and they need low interest rates to finance their buildings. That's a large part of how.
And then when the Federal Reserve starts to lower rates in a hot economy and our inflation is above 2%, it's only going to make it worse. It's not going to make it better. It's only going to make it worse. And the two big mistakes that the Federal Reserve made, they didn't do shock therapy when they misread the inflation numbers when they thought it was transitory back in the Biden administration, and they cut rates too quickly in 2024 because they didn't follow the two simple rules. If your unemployment is below 5% and your inflation numbers are above 2%, you do not cut. Stop. You may raise or you hold, but you do not cut. And they cut. And it made it worse. And I said this 6 months ago that this was going to happen. Guess what? Boom.
Trump doesn't really understand economic policy and monetary policy. And so
this clown doesn't understand it either.
Jump on the Fed back during his first term. He has threatened to fire Jay Powell on many occasions and so forth. And you have that in conflict with what's going on in the Hill, where they're talking about larger budget deficit. Well, not talking about them. They're talking about cutting the budget deficit, but everything they're saying is pointing to larger budget deficits rather than smaller ones. And then, as I said earlier, the impact of less immigration on our labor force and what that's going to do to prices. So the Journal is right. Mitch McConnell is right.
No, the Journal's wrong because the Journal is talking to an audience that needs their Federal Reserve lower interest rate addiction. McConnell's wrong because he's only focused on certain Kentucky companies and how their business may be hurt by having tariffs slapped on certain countries like Mexico or Canada or China. Now, right now, the taxes are on China and potentially go to Mexico and Canada. Well, there's reciprocal taxes also with Japan and some other countries. But the point here, and if it's reciprocal, it's going to wash out anyway, so it doesn't matter. But the thing is that free trade has only made the very wealthy more wealthy. Free trade did not help you, did not help the middle guy, we the people. You think it did, but it didn't. Your wealth decreased. The wealth during the COVID years, all right, the wealth generation during the COVID years was just a wealth transfer that went to the uber wealthy. Well, the middle class and the poor actually became more middle class and more poor. All right, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support my work by getting the products that I use to help with your health, all right? Go to my store and get the charcoal tea tree structural nano silver soaps. Get a couple bars for your household. These are very high quality soaps. I also have soaps in lavender, in peppermint, and lemongrass. So please go to my store, get the structural nano silver soaps. Very high quality, way better than what you're going to see in the other stores that have all these strange chemicals in them. You don't want that. So go to my store and get the structural nano silver soaps. I've partnered up with Rainbow Herbals and we've developed these very high quality deodorant bars. They're dual purpose for males and females. You can get it in citrus or in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. This is used as a deodorant for males and females, but it will also help to detoxify your body. It has essential oils from the Himalayas, extremely high quality natural ingredients. This has no aluminum and no baking soda. Use this every day for males and females as a deodorant, but also to help to detoxify your body. So please go to my store and get a couple bars for your household of this very high quality deodorant. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Again, use discount 5 and you get $5 off. Improving your health and reducing cardiovascular disease is a major thing that you should do. One way to do it is to take supplements that help to control your total cholesterol and your lipid profile. To help improve your lipid profile, take omega-3. Omega-3 is going to lower your LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. That means your total cholesterol is going to improve. In addition, omega-3 helps to prevent over stickiness with your red blood cells. That means you're reducing clot formation. When you take this every day, you are lowering your LDL levels and lowering the chance of that LDL from oxidizing and building new plaque. So with some exercising, getting good blood flow, and controlling your cholesterol levels through proper diet, exercise, and taking the supplementation that improves your cardiovascular health, you're reducing the chances of building plaque and reducing over time the plaque that has already built up if you follow a certain protocol that I have already mentioned. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the omega-3. I also have a longevity cardiovascular health box that has the supplementation that you need to reduce the chances of further plaque, but also over time with proper diet and exercise and that supplementation in that box. And you do that every day. You're going to slowly reduce the blockage from plaque buildup. So like, for example, if you had an ultrasound of your carotid, and let's say it's 50% blocked, and you follow protocol, diet, exercise, and the supplementation in that cardiovascular box, then over time, what's going to happen is that 50% blockage is going to turn to 10%. You're going to improve blood flow. That means no, can you get rid of all of the plaque that has built up over the years? No. And a fun fact, which is not so fun, is that cardiovascular disease starts at age about 15 or 16 years old. You don't feel it. You don't start feeling until about 30 or 40 or 50. But cardiovascular disease starts in your teens. And it starts with a inflammation and damage to the inner lining of your blood vessel called a yellow streak. And then over time, plaque starts to build up because of that lining has been perturbed, and that LDL, oxidized LDL, can get in. So that's why it's so important to control your LDL levels and reduce your free radicals. If you have a lot of free radicals, you need to reduce them in your serum. Now you can do that by taking strong antioxidants. And that's why it's so important to follow the longevity cardiovascular box that I have. But if you listen to what I'm saying, you can reduce your chances of building new plaque and slowly get the plaque that has been built up to go down. But if you don't listen, it's your own damn fault, because what I'm saying works. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the omega-3. Now, would you prefer to listen to me, or do you prefer to wait until you're 40, 50, you have your first heart attack, and then all of a sudden you're on statins, and then all of a sudden you're on beta blockers, and then all of a sudden, you have to take all this other medication because you didn't listen? Believe me, you're going to pay a whole lot more later if you don't listen. All right. let's go to, I want to go to Live Now. They're doing the confirmation nomination discussion for Cash.
I have supported FBI directors under Republican presidents, including President Trump's last nominee and Democratic presidents. The nonpartisan career public servants at the FBI risk their lives to keep us safe. Their motto, FBI, fidelity, bravery, and integrity. And they deserve a director who respects the work that they do.
Is that really their motto? Is that really their motto? A lot of impropriety was going on with the JFK assassination. Seemed like they weren't really playing ball with, you know, investigating what happened to Trump with the attempted assassination. Seems like the FBI has a motto issue. Because if that is their motto, they're obviously not following it.
In his life, that his focus is the loyalty to the president and not to the people of this country. Mr. Patel has threatened the president's critics. As he said, I quote his words, not just in the government, but in the media, end quote. On one podcast in December 2023, he said, and I quote, "We're going to come after you, whether it's criminally or civilly." On a podcast just last August, I know sometimes our colleagues,
if they did something wrong, which most likely they did, what's wrong with that?
Just this August, he said, when Trump wins in 2024 and is in power in 2025, we can prosecute them, referring to Justice Department officials. And when I asked him about it in my written questions, he replied about that comment, he replied that, quote, he made those comments in a television interview, not in a court of law or before the committee, as if the venue minimizes the threat. And in fact, at his hearing before this committee, he had opportunity to walk back that threat and others. He chose not to. Nor did he try to explain his so-called deep state list of former government officials, including many Republicans who served in the last Trump administration, including Attorney General Barr, who Republicans on this committee have repeatedly commended for his service. But he is on, Barr is on, Kash Patel's deep state list. He also criticized former CIA Director Gina Haspel, numerous elected officials, including the former head of Veterans Affairs, Dennis McDonough. I remind our colleagues on the other side of the aisle that Bill Barr had said about Patel this. Patel has virtually no experience that would qualify him to serve at the highest level of the world's preeminent law enforcement agency. And his appointment to the FBI, he said a few years back when Patel was—
It's just basically, let me summarize this long-winded speech from her. Kash Patel is going after the deep state, and the Democratic Party is worried, so they have to demonize him. Details at 11. Let's go to Fox News. It's a big mistake if Hamas tries to test Trump. I've changed the show's name to Grave Concerns instead of Telemetry. We're going to start a whole new series. And why are there grave concerns? The Middle East is going to explode soon.
Hey, I'm Arjun from Shark Tank. I'm a huge fan. Hey, what is your number one tip for saving money? Easy. Pay off your credit card debt as soon as possible.
So President Trump announcing a major breakthrough in efforts to end the war in Ukraine. Speaking with both Russian President Putin and Ukrainian President Zelensky today, posting on Truth Social, quote, "We want to stop the millions of deaths taking place in the war with Russia-Ukraine. We agreed to work together very closely, including visiting each other's nations. We have also agreed to have our respective teams start negotiations immediately." President Zelensky posting on X, quote, "Together with the U.S., we are charting our next steps to stop Russian aggression and ensure a lasting, reliable peace. As President Trump said, let's get it done, says Zelensky. Remember, this war started nearly 3 years ago. It has killed an estimated 100,000 Ukrainian troops, 150,000 Russian forces, although most people that we speak with say that estimate is very low, and includes, of course, thousands of civilians. So all of these discussions happening just hours after Russia released American Mark Fogel in a prisoner swap. Now another American is about to be free, one of 3 detainees released by Belarus. Let's bring in Adam Bowler, the U.S. envoy for hostages. Adam, your thoughts on these discussions as we look toward a hopeful end to the war and on these releases of hostages, which I know you have worked very hard on.
Well, you know, I think it was a major step forward. Mark Fogel's release to Steve Witkoff on his own personal plane, I'll note, going out under the president's orders to get him. And now you see what these kind of things do. I think when you have a country take a unilateral step and release a priority and focus on a priority of the president's, that can move things forward. Now, they weren't connected. It was a step, but it means that people can be in contact. And the president has been very clear here. He's got a few priorities in this area. One is getting our Americans home, and 2 is ending a war that has killed so many millions of people on both sides.
You know, one of the interesting sequences here was that we saw the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, say in Europe that Ukraine will never be part of NATO, that is not part of this plan, at least not right now. And then you have the phone call with Putin and Trump. Clearly that is a big priority for Putin in Russia. He does not want Ukraine to join NATO. And NATO has had, Ukraine has had assurances that that will be in the future. How does that get reconciled? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think the president himself is able to imagine things past way where they are now, in terms of, you know, Russia and Ukraine. Now, I think both countries need to understand that they're in relative safety. If Russia feels their borders are constantly being threatened or there's an issue there, that's a problem for them. So I think the president looks forward and says, this is how it should be. We should end the war. There should be territorial sovereignty on both sides. Now, what does that need to look like? Does Ukraine need to join NATO tomorrow? I don't think so. It's an agitator. So that's what he's thinking.
So Ukraine has entered the area of Kursk. And it sounds like, from what Zelensky is talking about, that he could see some sort of trade where he gives Russia back the territory they went into in Kursk in exchange for the Donbass. So is that the shape that you see this potentially taking? And is Crimea done? Is Crimea gone from Ukraine as far as these negotiations are concerned?
I don't really know. Quite frankly, I think that folks need to present their best offers to the president. The president of the United States will make that decision. He'll make that decision with people like National Security Advisor, like our Secretary of State, like Steve Witkoff. And they're going to weigh the options in a view from an American perspective. So I think it's nice if Ukraine has some thoughts. I'm sure Putin has some thoughts. Let's try to reconcile it together. And if the president can provide that extra oomph to get things done, that's what he's going to do.
So let me ask you about Saturday, because there has been a deadline put down for Hamas to release the rest of the hostages by Saturday, or in the president's words, all hell will break loose. You obviously are intimately involved in hostage negotiations and releases. Tell us what you can about this plan.
I just spoke with the families. We have 7 Americans right now held by Hamas. It's a terror organization, and that's unacceptable. And so I fully believe the president in following through on the what else, because he's done that multiple times before. I think Iran found that out the hard way in our prior administration. And if Hamas wants to test and wants to test that well, I think it's a big mistake. What they should look at is countries that have unilaterally released people, like Russia, even Venezuela, that are usually enemies, and what they're doing in order to make an impression on the president. And I would suggest that approach for them, at least with our Americans, and then with all hostages, because the president made it clear all hostages have to come back.
But obviously, Israel has said that they are holding to that deadline as well, and that the ceasefire will dissolve at noon on Saturday if the hostages are not released. So that would put these hostages that remain in Gaza in danger, wouldn't it?
Well, I think it's Hamas that's putting those hostages in danger. So as you can see, once again, Hamas is in a position as a terror organization where they're deciding what happens, not only to hostages, but to the entire group of the people that live in Gaza, the people that live in the West Bank. They are the reasons that their lives are being destroyed. We need to expunge this threat. And I think they need to come forward and be constructive, or it's going to be a real problem. So I think this is Hamas's decision as a terror organization. We're just following through on what we said.
It's been devastating. Obviously, incredible to see these individuals, the most recent men, come home. We know how hard you have been working on this, and Steve Whitcock. It's very heartbreaking to see the condition that some of these individuals are in, and we hope and pray that these individuals will be released before Saturday at noon, and that we can also work towards people.
Well, we'll see what happens. Let's go to Al Jazeera really quick here.
More tents, more caravans, and more heavy machinery, and more stuff to get into Gaza. We hope that they are continued to be committed to these promises. But we are waiting also for the next week start of the negotiations of the second phase, which is signaling the seriousness of the Israelis that they are still committed to the deal as it is, of a deal of 3 phases. Phase 1, which is the humanitarian phase. The second one, which is the discussion about the more serious issues, the permanent ceasefire, and the total withdrawal of the Israelis from the Gaza Strip and the prisoner exchange.
So can you confirm then that phase 2 negotiations will indeed be starting next week?
This is what we have heard from the mediators, that they are still committed to start the negotiations.
There are reports that suggest that Israel has asked the mediators that it wants to expand the list of those captives set to be freed in the first phase of the deal beyond the 33 hostages that had initially been agreed upon. I wonder if you can confirm this for us, or tell us whether this would be something that would be agreeable to Hamas and Al-Qassam brigades.
We heard about this in the media, but I'm sure this will not be acceptable. We have a deal, and the deal is clear. 33 of the captured Israelis will be released during the first phase, and the rest of the captured Israelis will be part of the negotiations in the second phase. And we cannot simply change the negotiations based on the Israeli wishes.
What about the comments that have been recently made by the U.S. President Donald Trump, in which I'm sure you're aware he suggests that the U.S. should take over Gaza and the Palestinians should be displaced to either Jordan or to Egypt? I mean, give me your reaction to these comments. And also, do you believe that these comments then complicate phase 2 and phase 3 of the negotiations?
Sure, it is complicating the situation because it is a clear threat to the Palestinians, not only to the negotiators, that the plan is not to go for stability and security and prosperity in the region, but in more escalations and more turmoil in the region by forceful expelling of 2 million Palestinians out of their homeland. This is immoral. This is a war of crime, a crime against humanity and ethnic cleansing. The Palestinians are not ready to leave their homeland. They have sacrificed a lot along the last 15 months to prevent the Israeli plans of forceful transfer of Palestinians, and they are not ready under any conditions to leave their homeland. Therefore, I think based on the position of the Palestinians and the refusal, the broad refusal of all Arab countries and most of the countries around the world for this plan, this will not happen.
What are you expecting Arab countries to do? We've heard from the Jordanian king that Arabs are going to put together a plan.
First of all, what we have here until now is we appreciate it in a very positive way that all Arab countries, in particular when it comes to Egypt and Jordan, they have refused this proposal and they have considered it as a threat to their national security, but to the security of the whole region. Second, we believe that the Arab countries in the coming summit in 27th of this month, they will united, backed up by the Islamic countries, refuse such a plan. And we have heard from also some Arabic officials that they are going to put a plan forward in front of the administration to show that the rebuilding of Gaza and rehabilitation of Gaza can be happen while all the Palestinians are still in their land without the need to displace anyone forcefully or voluntarily.
Okay, Bassem, I am a member of Hamas's political bureau. Thank you so much for speaking to Al Jazeera on the phone. Thank you.
Well,
Okay, we'll now bring in our correspondent, Hamda Salpour, joining us from Jordan's capital, Amman. So that is the response from Hamas, Hamas's political, a member of Hamas's political bureau, I should say, Hamda. What's been the response from Israel?
Well, there hasn't been an official response from the Israelis about Hamas's announcement that they are going to be releasing 3 Israeli captives on Saturday. But like you mentioned, Daim, there is talk within the Israeli political realm that they want 9 captives released in the coming days, which is not part of the agreement. But meanwhile, Benjamin Netanyahu is holding a security assessment in the southern part of the country with the defense minister, the army chief of staff, and the heads of the Mossad and the Shin Bet. And these are security assessments for the potential restart of the war on Gaza. It's something Netanyahu has been threatening. Israeli media was reporting that he was going to be holding this assessment within 24 hours. That was yesterday. But we're just getting word from a spokesperson in Netanyahu's office that they are unequivocally not negotiating for phase 2 at this very moment, that they are preoccupied with other things, which again is not part of the deal. It goes against the deal because these second phase negotiations were supposed to start 16 days into phase 1, and now a spokesperson from Netanyahu's office says that they're not doing that.
And any response, Hamda, from the Israeli side to the accusations put forward by Hamas of violations of the ceasefire deal?
Well, the Israelis say Hamas is the one who violated the ceasefire deal, but those speaking anonymously off the record to both American and Israeli media say that it's true. Israel did not allow these caravans, these tents, and other sort of temporary housing structures for Palestinians to go in, and there wasn't any sort of reason that was cited for it, even though it was part of the agreement. But nonetheless, there's been a lot of back and forth between Israel and Hamas about small violations of the deal since it began. Israel maintains that it's carrying out and fulfilling its obligations. Hamas says otherwise, and the Israelis have warned for the last 72 hours that if those captives are not released by Saturday, the war would continue, saying that Hamas violated the agreement by even saying they weren't going to release the captives. But now Israel wants reportedly 9 captives to be released. So there are a lot of moving parts, but we expect that list of names of the captives to be released on Saturday to be released by Hamas tomorrow evening.
Okay, thank you so much, Hamda Salpour, reporting from Amman. Okay, joining me here in the studio is Mohammed Saloom, who's an assistant professor in critical security studies at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies. Thanks for your time. In your point of view, what do you think has changed in the past 24 hours, let's say, to get the ceasefire deal back on track?
I think Israel cannot afford to stop the implementation of the agreement and obviously to continue the ceasefire, which is temporary at this point and should become a permanent ceasefire in the second phase. But at this point, Israel is under immense internal pressure to continue the exchange of hostages and bring them back to Israel. The Palestinian side has been keeping its end of the deal. They have been sticking to the terms of the agreement. Yet Israel has been uneasy about the way the agreement is being implemented because they did not expect Hamas to use this exchange or these exchanges to demonstrate that they are still there and that they are still on the ground. And so Israel is looking at alternatives. They used Washington and President Trump to threaten Hamas.
All right, I think that the Senate committee is voting to elevate
the Rule of Law Institute. They describe themselves as a group of conservative lawyers and jurists who have served at the highest levels of government in previous Republican administrations.
They're still doing remarks. They're still doing remarks. They haven't done the vote yet. All right, I'm going to go to Cash Jordan. Why else? Because New York's a shithole. And Cash Jordan, I think, does the best in shining a light on how much of a shithole it is. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. It's really important to improve your gut biome. Why? Because your gut affects a lot of different systems in your body. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this very high quality probiotic. It's in a veggie cap, or you can get it in a powder. All right, I take the powder because I mix it with a soft food like hummus, and I mix other powders with it, like Boomer Boost and lignans and collagen and all this stuff, right? So, so I prefer to take the powder because it's just easier for me to take it for my lunch. But some people prefer to take the veggie cap. So either one, very high quality, and taking a good probiotic, what will happen is you're going to improve your gut biome. You're going to improve your metabolism. You're going to be able to absorb your nutrients better. You're going to improve the mucosal lining within your gut. So your actual immune system is going to improve. You're reducing the chances of leaky gut syndrome. You're reducing the chances of chronic inflammation leading to cellular mutations in the crypt of your gut. So you're reducing the chances of colon cancer. And not just that, you're improving the communication between your gut and your liver. Your liver is a major detox organ and it does a lot of things for you. All right? So if you want to improve your metabolism, you want to improve your detoxification that's taking place in your body, having a good, healthy liver is really important. Now, by improving your gut biome, you're improving the communication to your brain. That means that you'll be able to concentrate better, you'll sleep better. And some research is being published now that shows that poor gut biome can lead to early onset of dementia. So by having a good gut biome, you're reducing the chances of early onset of dementia. All right? So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the veggie cap version of the probiotic or the powder, whichever one you prefer to take, and improve your gut biome. And by improving your gut biome, you're improving all your other organ systems, including your skin, your hair, and your nails. A lot of people that have skin problems, the root cause probably is your gut. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the probiotic. But it's not just taking probiotics, it's also taking a look at how you consume food. Make sure your water is filtered and make sure you stay away from processed foods, because the processed foods start causing that inflammatory problem in your gut and disrupts the gut biome. So you want to stop that. So proper diet, proper exercise, proper supplementation will take you a long way. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. It's all caps, discount 5, and you'll get $5 off any order. And again, my longevity boxes and my anti-aging boxes that are on my store, they're designed at a discount compared to looking at the individual products separately. And you can apply the discount 5 on top of that. So it behooves you to actually get an anti-aging box or a longevity box and use the discount 5 and you get additional savings. All right, with that, let's go back to Bloomberg here for a sec.
Congress has the power, but has conceded it to the president. Section 201, our temper of the Trade Act of 1974, to get really nervy here, is what they use to impose tariffs on a lot of different issues like solar cells and washing machines and things like that back in the first Trump administration. That allows the president to put tariffs on imports to protect domestic industry, sort of a sector-wide thing. And then Section 232 is what they use for steel and aluminum tariffs. And those allow individual companies to complain about injury from imports, and then the USTR and the Commerce Department do an investigation. And if they find that there is harm to those U.S. companies, then the president can impose tariffs. And both of those things he's used again now that we're back in business. The question about what he does with reciprocal tariffs is very interesting, because maybe he can use the 201s because it's industries. It sort of depends on what he decides to do, because we don't know whether this is just going to be reciprocal tariffs on the average tariff that countries put on, or on individual tariffs themselves, like the tariffs the Europeans put on U.S. automobiles. But the easiest way for him to do it would be Section 338 of the Tariff Act of 1930, which allows any kind of tariffs up to 50% if a tariff practice from another country disadvantages a U.S. company. And it certainly would be easy to show that with unequal tariffs. There's only one problem with this one, and you got to watch this afternoon and see what their justification is. The Tariff Act of 1930 has another name. Most of us know it by another name. You want to guess?
No.
Yes.
Smoot-Hawley.
Ah, okay.
So I just see the headlines. President goes back to Smoot-Hawley tariffs.
I actually did know that. Now that I get the recesses of my brain back. And for those of you who don't know, Mike covered DC for decades, so this is really marring his two expertise. And he also covered the NAFTA renegotiation, the USMCA, etc.
All right, let's go to Cash Jordan here. Let's go to Cash Jordan to see how much of a shithole New York is.
Beds in Guantanamo to detain the worst criminal illegal aliens threatening the American people. Some of them are so bad we don't even trust the countries to hold them because we don't want them coming back. So we're going to send them out to Guantanamo.
So Guantanamo Bay, America's controversial offshore prison, will now hold criminals illegally in the country. But if you thought progressives were upset about that, put your seatbelts on, because there's another prison that could soon house these criminals. And some people say this place is even worse.
The offer would put convicted criminals in President Bukete's notorious mega prison, known as the Terrorism Confinement Center, built by Bukete to house alleged members of gangs that had once helped make El Salvador one of the most dangerous countries in the world.
He has offered to house in his jails dangerous American criminals, including those of U.S. citizenship and legal residence.
It's a non-starter to talk about deporting U.S. citizens.
It's no different than a prison system, except it would be a lot less expensive.
Chaos and outrage today in downtown LA, with thousands of people protesting President Trump's threat of mass deportation. The crowds blocked the freeways, the city streets. They caused huge traffic delays, and they prompted the LAPD to issue a citywide tactical alert.
He doesn't care. He doesn't treat it like humans. I'm mad. I'm like sad. I'm like all mixed emotions. There's so many people out there.
And they want you to think, and I'm going on a tangent here, they want you to think that the Federal Reserve should be cutting rates. Meanwhile, the rich get richer, and your city declines further and further and further with social disruption and all of these illegal immigrant issues and too much with taxation at the federal level, state or city. Remember what MSNBC was saying early in this transmission. They wanted to promote, these liberals want to promote illegal immigration because it's slave labor. They want to demonize the cost savings that Doge is finding. They want to demonize the tariffs to protect American jobs and to bring manufacturing back to the United States. See, part of these problems that we're having in the inner cities is because the jobs are starting to go away. Manufacturing is a major important job sector for a society. It's not just making things, but it gives you innovation. You don't make stuff, you don't innovate. It's that simple. So if you don't have these policies to make your country vibrant, then these things happen. And then we start becoming just focused on the crime and just focused on trying to solve, the shortfalls in tax revenues because of the declining productive society. Meanwhile, the rich get richer because the Federal Reserve keeps on reducing rates and reducing rates and reducing rates. But you think that's good for you, but you don't realize that there's a major transfer of wealth that's taking place. The middle and poor class are getting poorer, and the wealthy are getting richer. And they want you to focus on this sort of thing. Now, wouldn't it be nice just to clean it all up? And then so we can focus on other really important things like manufacturing, like bringing back jobs, like improving our economy. What about our children? They can't read and write. Why can't our children in the United States read and write? Do arithmetic. Because we have a Department of Education that sucks. It's not about teaching kids. It's about protecting the union, the teachers' union.
If you are an individual, a foreign national, who illegally enters the United States of America, you are, by definition, a criminal, and so therefore you are subject to deportation.
But MSNBC wants cheap labor because they're saying that inflation is because we're kicking out the illegals. But to have a vibrant economy, we have to have non-educated, non-skilled, illegal aliens. So we have lower costs. Now, there's a lot of stuff in there that just doesn't make much sense. Now, Mark Levin yesterday that I played on my was it yesterday or the day before? I think it was the day before. I played, and he made a great assessment. And that assessment is basically that it's slave labor. We can't keep on going down this road where we justify a vibrant economy with slave labor. I mean, that's so like 17th and 18th century, you know?
This is a photo of that notorious mega prison in El Salvador. And what none of the activists complaining about this will tell you is that the threat of imprisonment either here or at Guantanamo is going to have a major effect on public safety in this country, because these are two of the toughest prisons in the entire world. And they were designed to hold members of gangs like Venezuela's Tren de Aragua, which has been taking over sanctuary cities like New York, selling weapons, committing crimes, and exploiting other immigrants, all of it allowed by a lax legal system that releases violent offenders and will not cooperate with ICE. But ICE is now here hunting down these criminals who won't just be incarcerated, they'll now be sent to one of two isolated supermax prisons where escape is virtually impossible. And life in either of these places is going to be the opposite of living as a criminal in a big city like New York. And that's going to terrify some criminals so much that they leave on their own. And that includes American criminals, because El Salvador hasn't just offered to hold dangerous folks who are here unlawfully. They've also said they're willing to outsource the housing of dangerous US-born convicts, who will apparently be mixed in with a general prison population of hardened criminals from all across Central and South America. Something nobody in a US prison is probably excited about. However, offloading our prison population would not only save America money, but will also incentivize good behavior on behalf of prospective American criminals before they do something they shouldn't. Which brings us to the real reason why activists are so upset about these new developments. Many Americans say they support. Once all of our criminals are somewhere else, there's not going to be anybody left to advocate for or sympathize with as a victim of an unfair, unjust society. But viewing criminals as victims is how you enable a Tren de Aragua ringleader to raid apartments in Colorado and then escape to New York, a sanctuary city, where he then gets apprehended by ICE after trying to make a rather explosive purchase.
One of the ringleaders, he had warrants out for his arrest in Colorado, and this ringleader had just tried to buy some grenades. He had been a part of a gun buy
buying grenades while living in an apartment building near families. That's absolute insanity. And the only way to end this madness is with a solution that strikes fear in the hearts of even the hardest gang members. But as you're about to see, it's pretty tough to tell which of these two controversial prisons is going to do a better job of that.
President Trump directing the Pentagon and DHS to prepare to hold up to 30,000 undocumented migrants at Guantanamo Bay before they are eventually deported back to their home countries.
We can actually see the detainees. They cannot see us back through this glass.
And it's literally a prison for people nobody wants in their country. And the U.S. is already sending people here. This plan has already started. There hasn't even been time to protest against it. U.S. sends first flight with migrant criminals to Guantanamo Bay after Trump crackdown. Look at this guy here with the tattoo on his neck. This is crazy. Apparently the facility will be guarded by 200 Marines, and advocates are upset. They're saying that housing people here is inhumane, but the plan is to build humanitarian relief centers and have people stay there. They're not putting them in the jails that are also for terror suspects. And we've got the same tent style.
Now think about it. These are illegal immigrants that came to the United States that Biden wanted to protect.
Facilities here in New York, we've had them for the last 2 years, and even though people weren't thrilled with them when we had them here, it's not like the country is doing anything different than a sanctuary city that's housing asylum seekers.
We have 30,000 beds in Guantanamo to detain the worst criminal illegal aliens threatening the American people. Some of them are so bad we don't even trust the
There
countries
it
to
is.
hold them.
Some of these people are gang members, some are terror watch list suspects. Some of these are people who here in New York are not only living in city-run shelters where they've got weapons that they smuggled in because this is a sanctuary city that doesn't do any background checks, they're also using those weapons to coerce other immigrants to join their gang or forcing them to join their gang under threats, intimidation, telling people they'll be branded as outsiders if they go against what this gang wants. And that's terrible. That's a level of human exploitation that we're allowing to happen here because we don't have a real system of consequences to keep people like this out of our country. Why would Trump not trust them? Well, right here, it says that this gang was started in a Venezuelan prison, which is absolutely insane. They took over the prison. Look at this. In 2023, they found a swimming pool with restaurants inside, along with weapons, including automatic rifles, machine guns, and thousands of rounds of ammunition. That doesn't sound like people who are actually in a prison doing their time. Doesn't sound like that. It sounds like they're in there plotting what they're going to do next. And if you send people like this back to a country that's supposed to incarcerate them, how could you possibly expect that we're not going to have a repeat? These people aren't going to be out and then be back at the U.S. border trying to get back into our country, where they just make things more dangerous for law-abiding immigrants. But apparently the United States government is gearing up to place a lot of individuals in this type of custody because there's also this new deal on the table with the nation of El Salvador. Their president has offered to house people in his state-of-the-art maximum security prison, which is built for terrorists and gang members, some of the exact same people that we're having a problem with now here in our country. But these are both really tough prisons. They're designed so that the people inside can never get out unless somebody lets them out. Now, to me, the maximum security El Salvador prison looks a lot scarier just because there's a whole bunch of other people in there who we know are very bad people. But experts are saying that the isolated nature of Guantanamo Bay and the way it's set up just breaks a person down mentally.
He says the Guantanamo detention facility has always been a lawless place, so it's no surprise to him that a president who he says has no respect for the law would be attracted to it.
You wouldn't know where you were in the world. All you see is ocean. It was a perfect place to just stuff people in.
Yeah, I mean, after you go to a place like that, you're on an island. You're going to get island fever, but it's also a prison. It's got to be incredibly depressing. But when you consider that these gang members who are going to end up being sent to this place, that they're here in America right now using their mental energy to commit crimes and get away with it, that one guy was trying to buy grenades. We don't want people using their mental energy for that. So perhaps it's better to have somebody who's that dangerous in a place where they can't hurt anybody else. Look at this, tiny little rooms, barbed wire, thick doors. No thanks. But what also looks pretty bad is this prison in El Salvador.
Built by Bukele to house alleged members of gangs that had once helped make El Salvador one of the most dangerous countries in the world.
Their country has gotten so much safer since they set this prison out down.
That crackdown has swept.
Let me just do it before we continue with wish Jordan here. The S&P 500 is trading at 6,089. VIX is at 15.41. The Euro USD is trading at 1.04. Oil is trading at $71 a barrel. BITO, Bitcoin Long ETF, is trading at 22.38. And the USD Japanese yen is at 153.24. So right now we have low stress in the market at the moment. So equities are going up, VIX is down. But pay attention to the USD Japanese yen. When the Japanese yen strengthens relative to the dollar, that's usually stress in the system. All right. It's usually that's a bellwether there. That doesn't mean that it will be bad, like, you know, major 10-15% sell-off, but stress is building up in the system when the Japanese yen starts to strengthen. But in longer time series, the Japanese yen is weaker to the dollar. When you look at years of data, right? It being at, you know, 153 is, you know, relatively weak compared to, let's say, during Lehman, it was at 80. So now you get an idea of, like, during the Lehman days, in 2008, you know, the Japanese yen was, you know, trading at a very low number, you know, at 80. So just keep that in mind, all right? In relative terms, the dollar is strong, but the trajectory of the yen is strengthening, you know, in the short term. So that means there's a little bit of stress building up. Now, I think that's tariff stress that's building up in the international markets. Federal Reserve is probably going to hold. So that's, if they hold rates, then there's not going to be too much movement in the currency market. If they lowered rates, right, then there would be movement, there would be volatility in the currency market. If they increased rates, there would be volatility in the currency markets. Now remember, when the Federal Reserve in a academic, theoretic, you know, academic level, typically when the Federal, when a central bank lowers rates, they're weakening their currency. If they raise rates, they're strengthening their currency. Now there's other dynamics in play. That's why I said, you know, that's kind of just the academic look at it. You know, market participants have other variables that can affect the currency markets. But because of the inflation numbers that are taking place in the economic data that was released today and a couple days ago, I don't think the Federal Reserve is going to be lowering rates. So that means that we're not going to see wild swings in the currency market. So we're probably going to, the yen's probably going to be trading at that low 150 mark, 150, maybe 153 mark. But if it dropped below the 150 and started trading at 145 or 140 or 130, then that's that stress signal that I'm talking about that you need to pay attention to. Because if that big of a move, that much of a strength in the yen, then that means that there's systemic risk building up in the international markets. All right, let's go back to hellhole USA.
80,000 people enjoy public support.
Yeah, people support it because they can walk down the streets. They're not in danger anymore in their own country. And you've got people in working class neighborhoods in New York that are saying the exact same thing. Now that ICE is here going on these raids, getting rid of some of these dangerous criminals, they say their neighborhoods feel more safe than they used to, which makes it pretty hard to understand why people could be out there advocating for this whole operation to stop. I mean, these are some really bad people. They're harming the innocent. It's terrible.
That mega prison, the size of 7 football stadiums, with a capacity to hold 40,000 prisoners. Movements are tightly controlled. No mattresses are offered.
Wait, no
Prisoners
mattresses?
spend all but 30 minutes per day in packed
That's
cells.
crazy.
The state
Apparently, this place is just designed to scare the living daylights out of people who might want to be criminals. And apparently, it's been very successful in El Salvador. All of these people, most of them anyways, were out there committing crimes. Now they're not. It's one of the safest countries in South America. It says right here they get 30 minutes a day for outside exercise. And it doesn't look like they've got the ability to conceal weapons or to do stuff in prison that you might be able to get away with in American prison. Does it look crowded? Yes, but it doesn't look dirty. Everyone's wearing white, and white gets dirty easily, so they're keeping it clean. It's not like a rat-infested dungeon-y type place, but now the big question is, Trump says he wants to send people here. That might not be possible, but he's going to find out if he can do it, and apparently this would be some of the worst criminals we've got in America. They would go here instead of staying where they are right now.
It's no different than a prison system, except it would be a lot less expensive.
That's true.
And it would be a great deterrent.
So the United States, the thing, read in between the lines, Cash Jordan, read in between the lines of what Trump is saying. We are going to literally pay El Salvador to imprison our illegal immigrants. So we're still paying for them. We should be deporting them and getting rid of the costs, period. This is ridiculous. Literally, the Navy should just put them on a boat, and then you have these mass transporters like we had in D-Day, you know, that go to the coast, and literally it lowers the front door, and they're pushed out, and they got to swim to shore, but it's close, so, you know, maybe 20, 30 feet away or whatever. And then the door closes, and then the Navy drives back to the big ship, and then picks up some more of the illegals, and then drives them back to the shore, and you just keep on dumping them all day long. And they don't have a choice. That's the way we should be doing it. So this horse shit with El Salvador.
Well, that legally. I'm just saying, if we had the legal right to do,
we're wasting money.
I would do it in a heartbeat.
I don't think that they have the legal right to do it. I don't know if this is actually going to happen. It sounds like there's some doubt there, but it looks like 2025 is stacking up to be the absolute worst year to be a criminal in America. I mean, now if you do something and you're here in the country illegally, not only could you be rapidly deported from the country and sent to Guantanamo Bay where nobody wants to go, this prison's out there waiting for you if you're especially dangerous. And even U.S. criminals who might be thinking, well, none of this ICE stuff applies to me because I'm here legally. If you do something really bad in this country, you can end up in one of those places too. This is going to be a deterrent for everyone.
Right now, they're doing the roll call vote for Kennedy for HHS secretary. Right now, it's 15 yeas and 9 nay.
This might actually be a very good thing for public safety in America. The director of this prison in El Salvador describes it as a place for inmates who are psychopaths, difficult to rehabilitate. This here is an image of two people attending court remotely. They've got the Zoom stuff over here. That's the courtroom. That was something we did in this country during 2020. How could we say this is inhumane? Many courtrooms went remote. People had to work remote because there were lockdowns everywhere. It's the same thing. The idea that any of this is inhumane, it's all been done in the past. Guantanamo Bay, that's not a new facility. George Bush, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, Donald Trump. Every president has had access to this facility, and its purpose is not necessarily a detention camp for the worst of the worst. It's actually got a very useful purpose, which doesn't get any press at all whatsoever.
Going back to the 90s, there were tens of thousands of Haitians and Cuban migrants who were housed there because it was a transit point. You can get thousands of individuals in tents secured in places like Guantanamo Bay. There's also the eventuality that we could have hardened criminals.
Just like in New York, it's the same thing. We've got these big tents, we've got these humanitarian facilities, and you know what? I bet you these federal government facilities, they're going to be better and more generous than whatever we had going on here in New York, which people complained about, which had bad food. The ICE border czar, Tom Homan, he's come out and said that these facilities are going to be state-of-the-art. They're going to be brand new, they're going to be great, and they're just a staging facility. It takes time for people who need to be sent somewhere to have that coordination happen. You can't just put people on a plane and have them randomly show up. The countries that are receiving folks need to know who it is, and if there's a delay and people need a place to stay and to sleep and to be cared for, the U.S. is going to provide that. If you're very dangerous, you could be at Guantanamo for a long time. If you're not, this place is going to be like a layover on a flight somewhere. You'll be flown here and then flown somewhere else once all the ducks are in a row. But what about the
There's
gang
also the
members?
eventuality that we get hardened criminals, hardened gang members with violent criminal pasts in transit. If that is the case, we're preparing options for the actual detention facilities, the detention facilities that are basically supermax prisons there at Guantanamo Bay, to temporarily be used to house them. We don't want to put our personnel, any Americans, at risk in transit.
So it might just be temporary. Even gang members, these Tren de Aragua members, even they might not be there forever. I think it's going to depend on who you are and what you've done. It's probably going to be the kind of thing that happens on a case-by-case basis. They're going to look at this guy that tried to buy grenades here in New York. He was a ringleader. It was one of the people in the Colorado incident. Here he is, the Tren de Aragua ringleader. Here's an image of him during the Colorado apartment raid. He was one of these individuals, and then they caught him right here in a New York City apartment. That's absolutely crazy. And this was in one of 4 different raids up in the Bronx. I mean, what an absolute disaster this is. We've got people who are out here who are really dangerous. We don't want them coming back. But as you can imagine, not everybody is thrilled with this. We've got this whole crowd of advocates that get their power from scaring people and intimidating them and making them think that all of this is some horrible injustice done against people who have done absolutely nothing wrong. And this right here is part of what people are upset about, this fast-track deportations. Now, what this is, it's an expedited removal program. ICE officials can try to cancel parole for people who've arrived in the country within the last 2 years. And that parole status is granted to folks who are here seeking asylum. They're here, they're paroled into the country while they wait for their court date, but parole is discretionary. And apparently federal agents have been instructed that if they encounter somebody, that they're supposed to use their judgment as to whether or not that person should retain their parole status. That means if they're in New York and they find a bunch of criminals and these guys have weapons, even if they have no prior record, if they're here on parole, an ICE agent can say, hey, we think these folks are very dangerous. We don't think they should be in the country. We think that they should be deported while their asylum case plays out. What do you think about this? Do you think that these prisons in other countries are a good idea for people who don't have a right to be in this country? And what do you think about the controversial idea of housing some very dangerous U.S. criminals in these places to save the country money? Is that fair? Are their rights going to be violated? Are they not going to get due process? Will they not be able to get visitation because they're in another country? These are big questions, and I think it would be a major deterrent to committing crime in this country. I think 2025 is going to be a bad year to be a criminal here. Let me know. Thank you so much for watching.
Like I said, 2025 is going to be having 10 years packed into one. Pete Hegseth is talking at Brussels Live, so we're going to go to his speech. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Boost up your immune system by taking magnesium and zinc. If you're not feeling well because of the cold season, take a double dose. Take one in the morning, take one in the evening. Make sure you drink it with filtered water. Boost up your immune system. You should be taking magnesium and zinc every day for just boosting up your immune system. Also, take vitamin C and magnesium. This will help with your immune system and your skin. Make sure you drink it with filtered water. Again, if you're not feeling well because of the cold season, make sure you take a double dose. Drink it with filtered water. So let's go to live at Brussels with Pete Hegseth.
Is just as strong. Article 3 says that allies, and I quote, by means of continuous and effective self-help and mutual aid, will maintain and develop their individual and collective capacity to resist armed attack. Leaders of our European allies should take primary responsibility for defense of the continent, which means security ownership by all allies, guided by a clear understanding of strategic realities, and it's an imperative given the strategic realities that we face. And that begins with increasing defense spending. 2% is a start, as President Trump has said, but it's not enough. Nor is 3%, nor is 4%, more like 5%. Real investment, real urgency. We can talk all we want about values. Values are important. But you can't shoot values. You can't shoot flags, and you can't shoot strong speeches. there is no replacement for hard power. As much as we may not want to like the world we live in some cases, there's nothing like hard power. It should be obvious that increasing allied European defense spending is critical, as the President of the United States has said. Also critical is expanding our defense industrial base capacity on both sides of the Atlantic. Our dollars, our euros, our pounds must become real capabilities. The U.S. is fully committed under President Trump's leadership to pursue these objectives in the face of today's threats. Yesterday, I had a chance to attend the Ukraine Defense Contact Group. Today, participated in both the NATO Ministerial and the Ukraine Council. In both, we discussed Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. I had the chance to brief allies on President Trump's top priority: a diplomatic, peaceful end to this war as quickly as possible in a manner that creates enduring and durable peace. The American Defense Department fully supports the efforts of the Trump administration. And we look to allies to support this important work with leading on Ukraine security assistance now through increased contributions and greater ownership of future security assistance to Ukraine. To that end, I want to thank my UK counterpart, Defense Secretary John Healey, for hosting this Ukraine Defense Contact Group and for his leadership on support of Ukraine. President Trump gave me a clear mission: achieve peace through strength, as well as put America first, our people, our taxpayers, our borders, and our security. We are doing this by reviving the warrior ethos, rebuilding our military, and reestablishing deterrence. NATO should pursue these goals as well. NATO is a great alliance, the most successful defense alliance in history. But to endure for the future, our partners must do far more for Europe's defense. We must make NATO great again. It begins with defense spending, but must also include reviving the transatlantic defense industrial base, rapidly fielding emerging technologies, prioritizing readiness and lethality, and establishing real deterrence. Finally, I want to close with this. After World War II, First General and then President Eisenhower was one of NATO's strongest supporters. He believed in a strong relationship with Europe. However, by the end of Eisenhower's presidency, even he was concerned that Europe was not shouldering enough of its own defense, nearly making, in Eisenhower's words, quote, a sucker out of Uncle Sam. Well, like President Eisenhower, this administration believes in alliances, deeply believes in alliances. But make no mistake, President Trump will not allow anyone to turn Uncle Sam into Uncle Sucker. Thank you, and we're glad to take some questions.
Thanks very much. Let's start with the U.S. traveling.
I just want to interject here. Right now, the roll call vote for Kennedy for HHS secretary, right now it's at 32 yays and 24 nays.
Well, I would start by saying the arguments that have been made that somehow coming to the table right now is making concessions to Vladimir Putin outright that we otherwise, or that the president of the United States shouldn't otherwise make. I just reject that at its face. There's a reason why negotiations are happening right now, just a few weeks after President Trump was sworn in as President of the United States. Vladimir Putin responds to strength. In 2014, he invaded Crimea, not during the presidency of Donald Trump. Over 4 years, there was no Russian aggression.
from 2016 to 2020. In 2022, Vladimir Putin took aggression on Ukraine. Once again, not while President Trump was president of the United States. So any suggestion that President Trump is doing anything other than negotiating from a position of strength is on its face ahistorical and false. So when you look at what he may have to give or take, what's in or what's out in those negotiations, we have the perfect deal maker at the table from a position of strength to deal with both Vladimir Putin and Zelensky. No one's going to get everything that they want. Understanding who committed the aggression in the first place. But I challenge anyone else to think of a world leader at this moment who, with credibility and strength, could bring those two leaders to the table and forge a durable peace that ultimately serves the interests of Ukraine, stops the killing and the death, which Trump has been clear he wants to do, and hopefully ultimately is guaranteed by strength of Europeans who are there prepared to back it up.
Why not invoke Article 5 then for the NATO peacekeeping forces that could potentially be deployed? How does that deter President Putin?
Well, I would say, I want to be clear about something as it pertains to NATO membership not being realistic outcome for negotiations. That's something that was stated as part of my remarks here, as part of a coordination with how we're executing these ongoing negotiations, which are led by President Trump. All of that said, these negotiations are led by President Trump. Everything is on the table in his conversations with Vladimir Putin and Zelensky. What he decides to allow or not allow is at the purview of the leader of the free world, of President Trump. So I'm not going to stand at this podium and declare what President Trump will do or won't do, what will be in or what will be out, what concessions will be made or what concessions are not made. I can look, as our team has, of what's realistic, likely on an outcome. I think realism is an important part of the conversation that hasn't existed enough inside conversations amongst friends. But simply pointing out realism, like the borders won't be rolled back to what everybody would like them to be in 2014, is not a concession to Vladimir Putin. It's a recognition of hard power realities on the ground after a lot of investment and sacrifice, first by the Ukrainians and then by allies, and then a realization that a negotiated peace is going to be some sort of demarcation that neither side wants.
Now, doesn't he sound so much better than Kirby? I'll tell you, the Biden administration really screwed up the international affairs.
Press, let us go with Axios's pursuit, right in the far right.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Given the position you've now staked out, what leverage exactly is Ukraine being left with, especially if the U.S. also plans to wind down its military aid? And then quickly, if a NATO ally is attacked by Russia or any country, will the U.S. unequivocally uphold its obligations under Article 5, regardless of that country's?
Well, we've said we're committed to the alliance, and that's part of the alliance, right? You point out Article 5, you point out Article 3. It's just a cheap, I'm not saying it's cheap coming from you, but it's just a cheap political point to say, oh, we've left all the negotiating cards off the table by recognizing some realities that exist on the ground. President Zelensky understands the realities on the ground, President Putin understands the realities on the ground, and President Trump, as a deal maker, as a negotiator, understands those dynamics as well. By no means is anything that I state here, even though we lead the most powerful military in the world, hemming in the commander-in-chief in his negotiations to ultimately decide where it goes or does not go. Well, he's got all the cards he would like. And the interesting part is, oftentimes, while the
reality of the situation is that this would have never happened if NATO wasn't in its constant expansionism.
Again, finds a way to play chess. As a deal maker, as a businessman who understands how to create realities and opportunities where they otherwise may not exist. Take, for example, the conversations that our Treasury Secretary had in Kiev recently with President Zelensky, which will continue in Munich with our Vice President and Secretary of State around investments and resources inside Ukraine. I don't want to get ahead of any decision or announcement that could be made there. It could be any number of parameters.
But President Trump, as a deal maker and a businessman, recognizes that an investment relationship with Ukraine, ultimately in the long term for the United States, is a lot more tangible than any promises or shared values we might have, even though we have them. There is something to relationships and deals in real ways, whether militarily or economically or diplomatically, that he sees that are possibilities that could forge together a lot of opportunities to show that solidarity that Vladimir Putin will clearly recognize. That's one of any number of other opportunities that this president will leverage in these high stakes negotiations. So I just reject on its face the premise that somehow President Trump isn't dealing with a full set of cards when he's the one that can determine ultimately what cards he holds.
Great, now shifting to the international press, we'll take the French wire service Agence France Presse with Max Delaney.
Thank you very much. Secretary of Defense, you've spoken about trying to force both Putin and Zelensky to the table. Can you give a guarantee that no deal will be forced on Ukraine that they do not want to accept, and also that you will include Europe in the negotiations about an issue that concerns European security? And can you tell us whether the US will continue to supply arms to Ukraine during any negotiations?
Well, to the first part of your question, that's not ultimately my decision. President will lead these negotiations alongside our Secretary of State, our National Security Advisor, and numerous other officials that will be involved. And ultimately, we've played our role in talking to our NATO allies about what that would look like. President Trump, I'm going to point out, I've got the truths right here that he posted, called both, in case we missed it, Vladimir Putin and President Zelensky. Called them both. Any negotiation that's had will be had with both. I also am very encouraged by what the Secretary General has said here. Clearly attuned to the realities of the moment, the need for peace, and that the NATO alliance and European members will play a role in that. Ultimately, President Trump speaking to those two countries is central to the deal being made, but it affects a lot of people.
I mean, think about what just happened over the years of this conflict in Ukraine and Russia, which I call the Vodka Wars, but okay, with the Vodka Wars, if it wasn't for a miscalculation with the overexpansionism of NATO, going all the way back to George Bush Sr., but if it wasn't for that, we wouldn't have been in this case where Russia actually gained more ground in modern times. And isn't it really coincidental, hint, hint, that we ramp down and scurry out of Afghanistan, and then all of a sudden we put all of our military efforts and intelligence and our eyeballs on Ukraine shortly after? I don't think that was a coincidence. They thought they would be able to stop Putin and push back and weaken Putin to the point where Putin would be probably dethroned in his country. But that didn't happen. Another thing that was amazing from an international perspective is how weakened the Russian military was over time compared to the US military. Now, that doesn't mean that they have, everything is bad. I mean, I'm sure that their supersonic capabilities in development are probably superior than our supersonic capabilities. At least that's what our Defense Department's saying. But they weren't as powerful as we thought they were. That was a big takeaway from this. But you have these international policy gurus that want to weaken Russia potentially get the resources from Russia, because they have a lot of energy resources. And they thought that this was the moment to do it. Well, I guess karma's a bitch, and it didn't work out, just like how the NATO alliance thought it was going to work out. Now they've got to negotiate peace, and Russia ended up getting more land. So honestly, I think it's a lesson to NATO. You need a buffer zone between Russia and the Western Alliance, aka NATO. And that buffer zone is Ukraine. Ukraine can't be part of NATO. You need a buffer zone. Ukraine cannot be Russia either. But because we thought we knew better, the Western Alliance, Ukraine ended up losing land. Now, Russia has gained some. When these negotiations happen, they actually gain land. Now, the positive side is that the Western Alliance, because of this war with Russia, has now had light shined on itself that the Europeans need to support their commitment to NATO and not be so reliant on the United States. While we really pivot to Asia, instead of this boondoggle that we did in Ukraine. Because the real problem for our economy and our way of life and our even political future is to make sure that there isn't expansionism by China. That's where the real focus is. Now, on a spiritual level and a metaphysical level, what's going on in the Middle East is big too. But Ukraine, that was the Western Alliance failed because they did a strategic error that's decades in the making, and that was expansionism of NATO. What they should have done was integrate Russia in the Western economic trade and align themselves over a couple decades where they're a strong partner to the United States. Therefore, they would have been an ally in a two-front war against China. But good luck with that. Good luck with that. Let's say China decides to invade Taiwan, and then it activates a lot of military activity with the Marines and with our Navy and with our allies in the Pacific Rim. And then all of a sudden, Taiwan is a flash pan and it goes kinetic. Wouldn't it have been nice if Russia could have been that northern front, that northern ally to put pressure on China? But good luck with that now. Poor strategic planning, because the real wars are going on with Iran and going on with China.
That suggest its abandonment are trying to drive a wedge between allies that does not exist. We are committed to that NATO alliance. We understand the importance of that partnership, but it can't endure on the status quo forever. In light of the threats we face and fiscal realities, Europe has to spend more, NATO has to spend more, has to invest more, and we're very encouraged by what the Secretary General has said. And frankly, by behind closed doors, what a lot of our allies have said as well, acknowledging that reality. And that's why when I say make NATO great again, it's what President Trump set out to do in 2017. The press said President Trump is abandoning NATO. He's turning his back on our NATO allies. That's what the headlines read in 2017 and 2018. What actually happened? That tough conversation created even more investment, to the point where now almost every NATO country is meeting the 2% goal that was said to be egregious when he first said it. Now European countries are stepping up, and President Trump continues to ring the alarm bell that even more investment is required considering where we are. So suggestions of abandonment otherwise continue to be disingenuous, and you're proud to be part of this alliance and stand by it. I'll take a couple more.
Sure. Why don't we take one from a U.S. outlet and one from an international outlet? The U.S. outlet. Pardon me, sir. What we're going to take from the U.S. is Logan Rattay from Newsmax, please.
You talked about expanding the defense industrial base and also expediting foreign military sales. Can you expand on that a little bit and how important that is to NATO?
Well, one of the self-evident conclusions of the war in Ukraine was the underinvestment that both the European continent and America has had, unfortunately, in the defense industrial base. The ability to produce munitions, emerging technologies, rapidly and field them was a blind spot exposed through the aggression against Ukraine. Ukraine has responded to that, as we've had a chance to listen to a great deal. Europe is responding to that, and so is America. We have to do more to ensure, whether you call it the arsenal for democracy or defending the free world, if America can't build and export and build and provide rapid capabilities because we're too stale or static or bureaucratic or the Pentagon is bloated, then we're not able to field the systems we need in the future. So deep and dramatic reforms are coming at the Defense Department with the leadership of President Trump to ensure that we're investing robustly in our defense industrial base. A great example is shipbuilding. We need to vastly increase our ability to
Exactly. I've been saying this for years.
Not just for ourselves, but to honor obligations to our allies as well. And we will do that. Foreign military sales is another thing I mentioned this morning with the Secretary General. We have, for a long time, been the country by, with, and through that our allies are able to supply major platforms and weapon systems like the F-35 and the Patriots and others. Whatever the system is, we need to reform that process so it's quicker. So a request today isn't delivered 7 years from now, but 3 years from now with less red tape and with the most efficient and effective technology possible. We hear that from our allies, and that's part of being a good faith partner, is we're going to invest in our defense industrial base. We're going to make sure foreign military sales are as rapid as possible, which again is a force multiplier for American power.
But Wall Street and transnational capitalists wanted to gut our manufacturing base, and now we don't have the prowess that we used to have. We won parts of World War II because of our manufacturing base. Not because of our soldiers, it's because of our manufacturing. What won the European theater and the and the Asian theater for the United States with our involvement was Detroit.
Interests, which lead to a need for strength on the American side to ensure our interests are advanced, and that ultimately any aggression is deterred. That's a real thing, but we don't feel like conflict is inevitable and certainly don't seek conflict with China, and that's why President Trump has that good relationship with Xi Jinping. But it was prudent for us to work with allies and partners in the Pacific to ensure that that deterrence, hard power deterrence, not just reputational, but reality, exists. And that's why a lot of my first phone calls as Secretary of Defense were to Pacific allies, to Australia, to Japan, to South Korea, to the Philippines, and others, and will continue because that, just as this alliance in Europe is critical, working by, with, and through allies and partners in that region who understand the reality of the ascendant Chinese threat will be critical. It can't be America alone. It won't be America alone if we are to deter that. So it is a focus. I've articulated that from day one. America achieves strength, whether it's in peace through the Ukrainian conflict or deterring it in the Pacific through strength. There's a reason why Donald Trump emphasizes peace through strength at every moment. My job alone as the Secretary of Defense is to ensure he has the strongest, most capable, most lethal military possible. Heaven forbid we have to use it. It's meant and built for deterrence. But if we have to, we can close with and destroy our enemies and bring our men and women home with success as quickly as possible. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you, everyone.
NATO allies must increase
All
their
right.
defense.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the lignans. This is a powder. You mix it with soft foods or with a smoothie or with filtered water. It's a great way to boost up your immune system. It also is an antioxidant, so it's going to soak up free radicals. Boost up your immune system with lignans. Turmeric also is an antioxidant, so it's going to soak up free radicals and bring down inflammation. And if you couple these together, including ashwagandha, you're really going to supercharge your immune system and bring down that inflammation. Now, let me just quickly talk about the 4 pillars of the core of my protocol. Max 35 to neutralize pathogens. C60 to soak up free radicals. Turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans to bring down chronic inflammation to boost up your immune system. And Boomer Boost to boost up your energy levels and your metabolism. When you do that as a core, you're going to slow down the aging process, you're going to improve your endocrine system, and you're going to improve your other bodily systems, including your immune system. So please go to my store and pay attention to this protocol that I have. Get those items and add to it to customize it for your health. All right, I have a lot of supplements that you can customize in such a way for your own stacking, or you can just follow what I'm doing. And I tell you what I'm taking. So a great way to bring down that inflammation, boost up that immune system, is taking lignans and also taking turmeric and ashwagandha together and bring that down. And the beauty of it is it's dual purpose. Not only are you improving your immune system by bringing down that chronic inflammation, you're also improving your cardiovascular health, because inflammation is the first signal in depositing plaque in your vascular system. It's a dual purpose. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the turmeric, get the lignans, get the ashwagandha root, take the stack, bring down that inflammation. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. I have a longevity box that's tied to for immune health. So take that box, get that box. That box is designed to be discounted compared to the individual products if you bought them individually. So get the longevity immune box, add another discount 5 on top of it. I'm trying many ways to get these great products into your hand to improve your health. And by improving your health and you purchasing the products, you're also helping support my work that I'm trying to do to help people. All right. Before I go to another video, I have lozenges and drops on my store that will help during the cold season and during the allergy season. Okay. As the cold season starts to ramp down out of the United States, where, cases will start to decline at the end of February, and then we're going to move into allergy season. Stock up at home, at work, for your school, whatever. Make sure you get a few bags of these lozenges and drops. For the lozenges, I have Manuka honey in a 21 count, and I also have elderberry zinc in a 21 count. In a 100 count, the drops are smaller. I have it in blueberry, honey and lemon, and in cherry. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the lozenges, get the drops, be prepared for the cold seasons and for the allergy seasons. The moment you have that irritation, take the drops or the lozenges right away to mitigate the issue. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get a few bags for your household. All right. To give you an update here, the roll call vote for Kennedy for HHS Secretary, yeas 51, nays 48. All right, let's go to Bloomberg at the moment here, get a market update.
yields are down. This is all of this idea that maybe the PCE report will come in softer than expected, which we know is the Federal Reserve's main gauge that they look at when we're thinking about inflation. I'm Laura Melinda with Alex Steele here, and I am filling in for Paul Sweeney today. Welcome back to Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We're going to be chatting a bit more about the markets and all that's going on here. We're joined by Melissa Brown. She's Managing Director of Investment Decision Research at SimCorp. Melissa, how are you advising your clients in terms of limiting their exposure from any fallout that could come from tariff-sensitive sectors?
Well, we think that they need to continue to pay attention to the volatility that's out there. Perhaps being able to mitigate some of the problems that it causes by, buying less volatile stocks, for example, being generally more cautious. There are ways you can avoid inflation-sensitive stocks, and maybe that's something that people want to look at. But I mean, overall, I think the volatility that we've seen recently and are likely to continue to see is going to be important in driving portfolio strategy.
What volatility? Because the VIX is at 15, 16. So what are you talking about?
Well, it's interesting. When you look on an individual stock basis, stock volatilities are up. So you're going to buy one stock versus another. They are, first of all, probably each more volatile, but less correlated with each other. So what we're seeing is that stocks are not moving together as much as they were, let's say, last year. And so overall,
what's important about volatility, there's volatility. So how volatile is the volatility? But not just that, as volatility goes up, that means that there's different ways to model volatility. I did my dissertation on this type of subject matter. So there's many different types of volatility. There's many different ways to model volatility. Now, for market participants, either at the retail level or at the institutional level, when they say volatility, typically they mean VIX index. All right. Now, when the VIX index volatility goes up, that means there's stress in the system and that the market sells off, the equities sell off. Now, volatility in its purest modeling definition is basically price move. If you have steady, slow price move, then the volatility is low. If you have rapid price move, either up or down, that's volatility. But the volatility index is measuring, as it goes up, measures the stress in the market for the equities to go down. So that's typically what people mean by volatility. But in its purest sense, volatility can be up for price moves that go up rapidly or price moves that go down rapidly. So just keep that in mind. Now, what I'm noticing with the market, which is what she just said, but the Bloomberg anchor was just focused on the VIX. But when you're looking at different assets, the correlations to them are breaking down. So if they're typically positively correlated, sometimes they're now going negatively correlated. That's a sign of the system breaking down and that stress is starting to build up. That's why I look at the US Japanese yen also as a stress indicator. If the yen starts to increase relative to the USD, that's one indicator of stress starting to build up into international markets. It's not the only one. All right. So you have this breaking down of correlations between assets, different stocks or different, bonds and equities. Those correlations can break down. They're typically, in a theoretical, they're inversely related, but not always. And the correlations change over time. Let's say stocks go up, bonds go down, negatively correlated. Let's say at -1. But sometimes it becomes not -1, but -0.6. sometimes minus 0.5. In rare instances, they have a positive correlation. Maybe not at 1, but maybe at a 0.2 or a 0.3, and then comes back down to a negative 0.6. That change in correlation, even though VIX may be in the 20s or high teens, which is relatively low, when you're balancing portfolios and when you're managing many assets that have different correlations, you see this, especially in the currency markets. So there's different ways to look at volatility. So someone that is very honed in on the pure definition of volatility, it just means something that's the price move is changing. The price move going up is volatile. Going down a lot is volatile. So just keep that in mind. And then when prices change, you have the idiosyncratic risk. And if something is negatively correlated or positively correlated to that big change, then that correlation is changing. Let's say, for example, NVIDIA has big price moves because of DeepSeek right now. And let's say it's positively correlated to, let's say, Intel, because it's a chip maker. I'm just using this as an example. Let's say it's positively correlated, and then all of a sudden, DeepSeek comes out with their information, and it really hurts NVIDIA, but not so much the price move on Intel. So now, instead of it being positively correlated for that day or for that week, you have a different correlation between NVIDIA and Intel. Now do you see why volatility, there's a nuance there. It's not just about the VIX. High volatility could be positive for certain types of stocks and negative for others. But there's also volatility within the correlations within these assets that are really important. Now, I'm pretty sure that most people that you listen to that talk about that finance, they haven't given you that detail of what volatility really is. There is such a thing as volatility of volatility. All right. Let's go back to Bloomberg. These so-called professionals.
Considering the fact that they spiked and and Europe was having to sort of siphon off some of its natural gas storage. I mean, that might not be a terrible thing. Also taking a look at some countries that are closer to Russia in terms of still being in NATO. Is there a faction that would like this to happen?
Certainly, there are certainly factions within Europe that would be very happy with this arrangement, basically in all senses. Whether it's Hungary, a number of these countries that basically wanted to see the war to end are very close allies to Donald Trump, and sort of at least in speaking terms with Vladimir Putin. They certainly would like to see that. And listen, I think that there is partially a sort of within Europe more broadly this idea that a new administration who maybe had a more pragmatic approach.
Okay. Breaking news here. RFK Jr. confirmed as health secretary. RFK Jr. confirmed as HHS secretary. So tomorrow, America will be healthy.
Fear is for many people that this is putting far too much on the table ahead of the negotiation. You basically will not be able to claw back.
Yeah, and you should definitely check out Oliver Crook's really great Big Take story. You can find that on the Bloomberg terminal or Bloomberg.com/Big Take story, kind of delving into all the different issues and really what's at stake here a few years on in the Ukraine war. Thanks a lot, Oliver Crook, Bloomberg Europe correspondent. It is now official. RFK Jr. has now been confirmed as the new head of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. This is launching a new era in U.S. health policy after after he openly questioned the safety of widely used vaccines and promised to remove artificial food dyes from America's food supply. This update, Kennedy, was approved largely along party lines of 52 to 48 after some pretty terse confirmation hearings that we saw. All right, coming up on the next segment, we're at Bloomberg Intelligence. Yeah, Barry Ritholtz, founder of Ritholtz Wealth Management, and host of Masters in Business, will be joining us. He's always outspoken. He always has a take. And I'm wondering like what he thinks of this tariff landscape and all the headline risk when, as we talk about, the VIX still stays relatively calm despite a lot of turbulence within individual equities. So we'll get his take on that.
See?
Tech stocks continue.
See, idiosyncratic risk. You got to look at it at the market level, and you got to look at it at the correlations level of the market, of these different sectors, of the portfolio that's designed, of that particular ETF that you're looking at. It's a lot more complicated than just looking at the VIX. But VIX is a rough cut to give you, is the equities going up in the aggregate or going down in the aggregate? And the faster that it changes, the faster the speed of price change in, let's say, the S&P 500. But volatility is a real Ph.D. level thing to really grasp your head around. All right, let's go to Fox Live here, live now, because of this RFK vote.
And some have raised alarms about Kennedy financially benefiting from changing vaccine guidelines or weakening federal lawsuit protections against vaccine makers. So again, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, again, a live look out of Washington, D.C., where it has been a busy week and a very busy day as Robert F. Kennedy Jr. again has been confirmed as the nation's health secretary. We're going to go away for our final 2-minute break of the hour here on Live Now from Fox. Much more to come.
Break free with the new Opera GX, a browser that puts you in control with a brand new design that frees up even.
All right, want to go to CNBC. This was published 2 hours ago.
There's a letter out this morning from several senators to President Trump. Speaker Mike Johnson and House Ways and Means Chair Jason Smith is pushing for the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act to be made permanent. And the senators write, we will not support a tax package that only provides temporary relief from tax hikes. Joining us now, Republican Senator Steve Daines, who took the lead on the letter as a member of the Finance Committee. And you've got some good company here, Senator. You got Majority Leader Thune and Crapo, Barrasso, Blackburn, all have signed. I remember the first time this went through, you remember that for budgetary reasons, it was only going to last for so long. It was kind of that, the way to sort of fit into budget worries and deficit worries made it, what's the word I'm looking for? It was going to sunset. Should it not have been done that way? And look at all the time we spent talking about what to do once these things expire now. Maybe that was a mistake in the first place. Hence why you want to make them permanent now.
Well, I hope we can learn from our mistakes. The single most important thing Congress can do to keep this economy growing is to make the Trump tax cuts of 2017 permanent. Small businesses, corporate America face a $4.3 trillion tax increase coming if we don't act, and that starts next year. Permanence is a way that we can take away the uncertainty of what goes on in Washington, the burden we place on businesses across our country. And I talked, in fact, to a small business owner yesterday from Montana, and she said this 30% tax increase that will be coming next year is really freezing her planning for her business. When you look at what we need to do to invest long-term in research and development, capital investments to compete globally, the most important thing we can do is take away the uncertainty of Washington and make the Trump tax cuts permanent.
It doesn't make a lot of sense to the normal person when you say, okay, we're going out 10 years and we need to pay for what hasn't even happened yet in terms of what we spent. But regardless of it's hard to understand, it would be expensive to make them permanent. That's why there's people trying to do it for 10 more years to keep it within some budgetary constraints. You acknowledge that it's hard to do the tax on tips and Social Security and maybe some of the other things if you go full out on making these permanent. It doesn't leave a lot of room for all the other things that President Trump has said he would like to do.
Well, I'm open, and I think many members of the committee that signed this letter are open to turning the knobs and adjusting the tax policies a bit to make this work. But permanence has to be the position that we start with. We've got to remove this uncertainty because this is about global competitiveness. Remember back in 2017, when we lowered tax rates, the Chinese followed suit. They can see what we were doing here. This is key to spurring economic growth. It's key as well to spurring research and development, the innovation needed here to compete. Keep in mind, though, for every 1%.
Another breaking news here, Kash Patel's nomination advances to the floor for vote.
Increase in GDP over that 10-year window, it's about a $3 trillion increase in tax revenues. That goes back to basics. When you spur the economy by lowering taxes, you actually increase tax revenues. And that's one of the problems with scoring methodologies here in Washington. They're not dynamic in nature, they're static in nature, and it understates what the revenues will be by lowering taxes. And we saw that proved with the tax cuts in 2017.
Senator, are you an optimist about, we talk about DOGE every day, everyone does, and I'm sure it's it's talked about in DC as well. Are you an optimist that could give the federal government some leeway if there was a lot of fraudulent and wasteful spending found? Maybe it would give some breathing room for some of the things that you're talking about that you'd like to include in reconciliation?
No doubt about it. Every day we learn something new. What Elon is doing with Doge, it's remarkable. They're uncovering a database that are showing individuals not eligible for some of these entitlement benefits, people who have died or the checks are still being sent. Elon Musk is tallying a pretty big bar tab right now in terms of the savings he's going to deliver to the American people. This massive bureaucracy of the federal government needed to be overhauled. I thank God every day for President Trump's leadership, what Elon Musk is doing and his team. The American people sent President Trump to Washington to stir this place up. It reminds me a lot of a startup CEO. I spent a lot of time in the private sector as part of a startup, a company that went public and eventually sold to Oracle. And I'll tell you, you look at the way Trump's managing kind of that break-fix cycle. They jump in, they take action, they don't have it quite right, they take corrective action, and literally every day there's something new. And this had to be done. Very, very thankful for Elon and his team. I think the American people are thrilled to see what's happening here, to start to tighten up and remove a lot of this wasteful spending that we've always known existed here in Washington.
Senator, I don't know if you've weighed in on Mark Fogel's release, but I know you had a great interest in making that happen. I think had some family in Montana as well, not just Pennsylvania. But looking into the details of it, it was a little bit shocking to me that he wasn't even classified by the Biden administration as wrongfully detained. It didn't even come out till December. And the bureaucratic foot dragging at the State Department almost looked, I wouldn't say intentional, but what do you tried your best, and then it happened, very quickly under President Trump. What went on? Can you bring us up to date on why that happened and it took so long?
Joe, leadership matters. Look, we were working very hard on behalf of Mark Fogel and his family, his sister Ann. They have a place in Montana. I got to know Mark's sons as well. And we were working with the State Department, with Secretary Blinken, but to no avail, without a result. Just remarkable, once again, the results that President Trump can deliver. He stepped in. It goes back to Ronald Reagan and peace through strength. The world knows that a strong leader now occupies the Oval Office. It's through that strength of President Trump, his administration. Very grateful for Marco Rubio, for Steve Witkoff, those who were involved behind the scenes to free Mark Fogel. What a joyous reunion that was to get Mark back on U.S. ground. Just grateful for the Fogel family.
Same charge as Brittany Griner. He wasn't famous. He wasn't a celebrity. I mean, that's all I can attribute it to, that you don't get your bang for your buck. Is that it? I mean,
he was a teacher. Look, he was a teacher. And he wasn't embracing the woke ideologies that you saw with Brittany Griner. It was political in nature. He was a teacher of many American families that were expats in Moscow. In fact, My debate partner from high school, Mike McFall, was the ambassador to Russia under Barack Obama. We both grew up in Bozeman, Montana. Mike McFall and I, and Mike's more of a Democrat, I'm a Republican, we were working together with the Biden administration to no avail. I want to thank my debate partner, Mike McFall, for his help too, but thank God for what President Trump did. All I know is Mark Fogel's home. We're very, very thankful, and it'll be a very warm weekend for the family and a joyous reunion.
Before we go to the next video, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Max 14 or the Max 35. Take a teaspoon a day with this, swish it in your mouth, gargle, about 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and then swallow. What you're going to do is you're going to be boosting up your immune system and helping improve that mucosal lining and improve the epithelial tissue in your oral cavity and in your oropharynx. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Max 14 or the Max 35. Take it every day. If you're not feeling well, take a tablespoon or two a day. And then once you're feeling better, then go back to the maintenance dosage. Take it every day. It's part of that first pillar of my protocol to boost up your immune system. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Max 14 and the Max 35. All right, now what I want to take a look at, I want to see what France 24 has to say. Anything?
This is a language that's closer to a standard Italian because Italy really, was ruled, of course, good for some.
Not interested. All right, let's. Guess Jordan did another video. I might play it later. Let's play this new details over Chinese spy balloon report. This was released 3 hours ago.
Turkey heads up, sending a clear message to Europe at the NATO conference in Belgium, saying that the China threat is keeping the U.S. from guaranteeing the continent's security. Watch.
We must and we are focusing on security of our own borders. We also face a peer competitor in the communist Chinese, with the capability and intent to threaten our homeland and core national interests in the Indo-Pacific. The U.S. is prioritizing deterring war with China in the Pacific, recognizing the reality of scarcity and making the resourcing trade-offs to ensure deterrence does not fail.
Joining me now is GETTR Institute Senior Fellow and the author of Plan Red, China's Project to Destroy America, Gordon Chang, back with me. Gordon, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Well, look, Pete Hegseth really laid it out in terms of the threat that is the Communist Party of China on America, and that has to dictate our positioning everywhere else. Your reaction?
Well, the important thing is not what we think we're doing, it's what China thinks we are doing. And I'm concerned that what Xi Jinping heard was a failure of American will to counter a clear case of aggression in Europe. And probably Xi Jinping is thinking, well, if the Americans won't stand up to Putin, they're certainly not going to stand up to me. We know this because of Chinese propaganda after the failure of Afghanistan, where they clearly linked it to an American failure to
God, there's just too many commercials on YouTube.
linked it to an American failure to defend Taiwan. So we have to, I'm not saying what the Chinese are right, I'm saying that's what they're thinking, which means that Xi Jinping probably will be emboldened to be even more aggressive in East Asia.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing to me that the Congress overall is not on the same page on this. I mean, for so many years, the Democrats were screaming Russia, 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 trying to implicate President Trump in that ridiculous Russia collusion story. All of those years, they missed the aggression of Communist China. All of those years allowing Communist China to roll over the United States. We are now more than 2 years after the Chinese spy balloon surveilled the United States. And now we've got even a better idea of what that spy balloon was carrying inside and sending it back to Communist China in real time. A new report finds that it was loaded with US-made technology from at least 5 different American companies, including communication modules, other sophisticated surveillance equipment. The balloon, of course, was shot down over the North Carolina coast after traversing the country for a week. Joe Biden finally decides to shoot it down when it gets to the Carolinas. As the House Foreign Affairs Committee finds, Beijing invested more than $10 billion into the Caribbean since 2005, including a massive port just 87 miles away from Florida. Gordon, we've talked about, this is the Chinese's MO, acquire land near military bases, lend these countries money that they can't pay back, like in the Caribbean, and then once they can't pay it back, China takes over the area, including ports, which are incredibly important. My question is, you say that this has given China undue influence in the United States. We're seeing a rise of Chinese nationals at the border as well. So the threat is real and we understand it. But for years, the Biden administration played it down. The Democrats have been playing it down. Remember when that spy balloon was traversing across the country and they said, oh no, it didn't send anything back. That was a lie. We know that it did send it back, but they misled the American people again, even about that. Why?
That is a great question, and I don't know the mentality of the Biden administration, but certainly General Mark Milley, just before he left his post as chairman of the Joint Chiefs, actually gave a public interview and said that he did not think that China sent anything back from that spy balloon, where we know that it in fact did, because subsequent reporting said that was clearly the case. And of course, this balloon had communication modules. This was, I think, a failure of the Biden administration to understand the threat posed by China, because I think Biden felt that he could accommodate the Chinese ultimately. And I think that was wrong, because the Communist Party has made it very clear. It has declared a people's war on us. They define that as total war. We have Chinese migrants in our country who are surveilling our military bases. It runs through the list. The signs of attack are obvious. And the Biden administration clearly failed to understand what was going on. Trump's taking a different view, and that's very good.
Yeah, I mean, even as President Trump is securing the border and deporting criminals, you still have a flow of Chinese nationals coming into this country, don't you? Why? Why? You can't just leave China. You need approval for that.
Yeah, if we go back 2 years, the Chinese migrants coming across our border, southern border, were family groups. In other words, people who were desperate to live in a free society. Now, U.S. Border Patrol reports that at least 2/3 of the Chinese migrants across the southern border are single males, military age, traveling without family members. They're coming in packs of 4 to 15. And in those packs, some of them just have all identical kit, which indicates planning for an attack. And this coincides with this uptick in tempo of Chinese incursions into our military facilities, both on the ground and in the air. This is looking at our vulnerabilities, seeing our patterns, planning for an assault on our bases.
That's unbelievable. And to see that they all have the same kits, that's also incredible. I didn't know that. Look, you have a new op-ed for The Hill. It's about China's 15% tariff on American natural gas. You say it could undermine the U.S.'s ability to sell the much-needed energy exports to the rest of the world.
Yes. I mean, that's what people are saying, that the United States won't make long-term commitments to build LNG export facilities because they don't have Chinese contracts. I don't think that is right. And the reason is China took only 6% of our exports of LNG last year. Really, the world needs American LNG because it's the cleanest molecules in the world. And we're going into a world which is going to be energy starved. You know, President Reagan lowered the price of commodities to starve the Soviet Union. I think Trump is trying to do the same thing with his plans for drilling. And that means when Americans drill for profit, they're also drilling for peace, stability, and freedom around the world.
Right.
So yes, we should be exporting as much LNG as possible because that gives the U.S. leverage to maintain stability.
Sure. Well, we've been covering the CCP's influence campaign on this program certainly for years. Season 2 of my Fox Nation special, Underwriting the Enemy, is now live. It is streaming on Fox Nation. We dive into Beijing's actions in the United States. Watch this.
This is not just an ordinary issue in U.S.-China relations.
This season on Underwriting the Enemy, the red lights are blinking.
The Chinese Communist Party is essentially the mafia.
A real-time merger of the biggest U.S. banks and the Chinese government. This has to be illegal. We're talking about a world war.
Lie after lie after lie. It's happening in cornfields in Iowa.
We gotta stop funding our own demise.
Gordon, you were featured in season 1. What's your reaction as we continue looking at how America is underwriting the enemy? Our number one adversary, China.
Yeah, the comments from Roger Robinson are absolutely critical. The United States should not be funding China's war machine and China's assault on us. And we're doing that because we're allowing Americans to invest in China. And also, of course, the trade and the technical cooperation. History's going to look back at us and say, why did we do this even after the dangers became evident? And so your documentary really is critical to helping Americans understand what they now must do. They may not want to do it, but if we're going to maintain our society and our peace and stability, we absolutely have to.
All right, Gordon, great to have you this morning. Thanks so much. Underwriting the enemy.
Where Cisco sales rebound after sluggish year. So let's listen to Bloomberg here.
I think about it from a long-term basis, it's more operational AI, trying to put a lot more smarts into the corporate network, and that's why they acquired Splunk. What Splunk will do for them is to provide some of the software to give you a lot of intelligence that's going on inside the network. So that's a longer-term play, but that hopefully will something that will evolve over the next couple of years.
Well, I'm always thinking also about the government. So Cisco gets the majority of its U.S. government business from the Department of Defense and only about 25% from other agencies. How are you and other analysts thinking about this and what activity could look like moving forward?
Yeah, from a IT spending perspective, I think it's still wait and see. From a Department of Defense perspective, we've got to see if DOGE is going to pare back the Department of Defense, and I will tell you that's probably the defense side. It's probably going to be very tough to do, quite frankly, especially if you're going to deal with sensitive IT systems. Networking, if you think of it, is the heart of an IT system. If you rip away the heart and can't talk to or provide the communications for everybody else, you're essentially taking down the government. So that's probably one of the last things that the budget cuts will try to touch.
Going back to your original point, which is that networking is back. Why are we so sure that networking is back?
That's a really good question because I've had to fake out a couple times now.
That's right.
So if you think about it, there was a good 6 quarters of underspending, and if I look at the results of some of its peers, Juniper Networks, Extreme, smaller companies, I suspect that HPE, that lack of underinvestment is starting to materialize into catch-up spending. That's one. Number two, with these AI systems, you're going to have a lot of data flow that needs to be connected somehow, whether it's on the storage side or on the data center side, and it's going to be heavily trafficked. So you need much more capacity on the networking side to help support all that data traffic flow.
So, there really has been a bit of a sales rebound after a sluggish year. Do you think this was just more or less overdue?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So when we published our 2025 outlook back in November, we highlighted networking as one of the key recovery areas because the recovery has lagged relative to servers and storage, and 2025 was going to be a very big year for networking. And if you look at the stock, since its trough from, I believe, in August, right, it went from like 43 to 66. Investors have picked up on that theme.
All right, we'd really appreciate it. Always the best. Woo Jin Ho, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Technology Analyst, joining us on Cisco. Nora, thanks very much. It was always a pleasure to have you. Thank you for joining.
Love it, love it, love it.
Could not imagine a better 2-hour co-host. All right, for our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM, channel 121, Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM channel 121 is presented by Oracle. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. Taking a look at the markets here, you still have tech outperforming, but again, off the highs of the session, slipping a little bit here. The Nasdaq is up only 0.7%. Balance of Power with Joe Matthews up next after this global news update.
Is confirmed.
Okay. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nano silver toothpaste. This whitens your teeth, freshens your breath, neutralizes pathogens, improves your gum line, reduces inflammation at the gum line. And by having good oral hygiene, you're going to reduce your chances of cardiovascular disease, and you're reducing your chances of valvular disease. So please go to my store, get a few tubes of this toothpaste. It's a very high quality toothpaste. It is fluoride free. Fluoride is really bad for you. Make sure you filter out fluoride. So this toothpaste has no fluoride in it. In addition, this toothpaste is going to be the best toothpaste that you ever use. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get this toothpaste, extremely high quality, help support my work and help support your oral hygiene. Get a few tubes of this toothpaste. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. Now, I want to take a look at any breaking news. Okay, this was from Cottrell, interviewing Russ Haught.
Finding where you fit. LinkedIn knows how.
Now, joining me for his first TV interview since rejoining the administration, be confirmed by the Senate, my very good friend, OMB Director Russell Vought. Russ, welcome to the show. I hope you look forward to one of these great pounding Trump showers again.
I do, Larry. Thanks for having me on. I think one of my most enduring memories from the first term is the kick.
For the ones that are watching the Rumble live stream, I do have X Spaces. You can do a call in. So please go to my X channel and follow the show on X Spaces and just request the mic. I do have someone that requested the mic, so I'll pass it on. The ones that are on YouTube live stream or even on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, please join the X Spaces call in to ask questions or give me your opinion on what's going on in the news. It's interactive. The show is supposed to be interactive, so I'm appreciative for people that ask questions, type stuff in the chat. So let me pass the mic on. Hello? It's connecting. It's still connecting. I don't know. Once this person goes online, I'll stop the video here. But I did pass on the mic.
President ran on getting DEI out of things and making sure we don't have radical gender ideology being pushed throughout the federal government. That is what this administration that Doge is doing. And he is having a tremendous impact, and OMB is very excited about coming along beside him and making these cuts permanent in the long term.
And look, I mean, he is uncovering fraud. I mean, I think that's important. He's not making new policy. I think he's saying you're supposed to go from A to B with this money flow, but it's not getting to B. It's going to all these little rivulets and sort of side roads, and that's not what the Congress intended. And that's the way I see it. Uncovering fraud should be a good thing, I don't know why Democrats are out there defending bureaucracy or defending fraud. USAID is just one example. There are many.
He is putting them in a position where they have to defend the indefensible. And all we're trying to do, Doge and OMB at the behest of the president, is to get a handle on the waste, the inefficiency, the fraud, and quite frankly, the degree to which these agencies have been weaponized against the American people. And USAID is a perfect example of that in terms of wasting our taxpayer dollars to not only go and push ideologies that the host countries don't want, but to literally destabilize their foreign policy. That's just common sense. Why would we spend $1 on that money? And that's what we're going to see at each and every agency that we look and turn to get a handle on.
And let me play some tape. This is a related subject. Great lawyer, former Justice Department advisor, John Yoo. You'll recognize this, Russ Vogt. Here's play some tape on this one.
Presidents from Thomas Jefferson on have exercised some kind of empowerment authority. Trump can't be forced by Congress to spend money unconstitutionally. You can't say, here's $100 million, only hire white people. You can't be forced by Congress to use money to interfere with national security and foreign policy goals of the presidency. And I think that the president has the right also to pause spending, as he has, and say, I can find ways to spend taxpayer dollars more efficiently. If Congress says build a bridge for $1 billion, and Trump can say, I can build it for $500 million instead, I think the Constitution gives the president that kind of discretion.
So, Russ Vogt, you know what? If Congress says build a bridge for $1 billion and Mr. Trump says, no, I can do it cheaper at $500 million, why not impound the unused $500 million?
Well, look, Larry, the president has recognized that 200 years of presidents had the ability to impound funds. And as a result, we're able to do a far better job of being able to control costs. And what we see at the end of the fiscal year is agencies have the normal bureaucracy approach to use it or lose it. But what the Impoundment Control Act does is come on and say, look, if you're trying to save money in the end of the fourth quarter and do things smartly, oh my gosh, that's something that is a violation of the Impoundment Control Act.
I want to go into a breaking news about an aircraft carrier being damaged in Egypt.
1,000 feet long, almost 260 feet wide. The ship is more than 240 feet tall.
It's the Harry Truman
can
aircraft
accommodate
carrier.
about 90 aircraft with a combat load. The ship can accommodate 6,250 crew members, costing over $4.5 billion to construct. And it was launched in 1996. So we did want to share the breaking news with you as we continue to follow all of the developments after the U.S. Sixth Fleet Public Affairs sharing with the public that the aircraft carrier USS Harry S. Truman was involved in a collision with a merchant vessel of approximately 11:46 p.m. local time, February 12th, while operating in the vicinity of Port Said, Egypt, in the Mediterranean Sea. Now, they did say that the collision didn't endanger the ship and no reports of flooding or injuries. At this point in time, it did note more information will be released as it becomes available. The incident under investigation, but you might note that this statement does not provide any details into what led to that collision between the aircraft carrier USS Harry S. Truman and a merchant vessel. We do know that there were no reports of flooding or injuries, and the propulsion plants are unaffected and in safe and stable condition. Also, we are waiting to see what the future is of the USS Harry S. Truman, as it does say that those plants were unaffected. So the incident remains under investigation. The U.S. Sixth Fleet Public Affairs will be providing more information as it becomes available, but we did want to share this breaking news as we do continue our coverage. In the meantime, we are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now.
Let me go back to Cudlow here. But this is important because now we have an aircraft carrier that's in the Middle East region that's damaged. That's a major problem. That's a major problem.
flat screen TVs and copy machines in the halls of every agency because they're just trying to push it out the door. The president is well aware of the authority that other presidents have had, and he has put forward on the campaign trail ideas on that front. We don't have anything to announce today, but this is certainly something he's well aware of the power that should exist with the executive branch.
So Russ, you're going to put together, I take it, you're going to put together a new budget. It's going to have economic growth assumptions, and will it show balance at the end of a certain period of time?
Well, you know that's the fiscal goal I often try to give the president options on. He made that really clear earlier in the week. We're just getting started with our fiscal year 26 budget process, so I don't have anything to announce on that front, but you know what the budgets that the president has put forward in the past. They got to balance, they had economic growth, they had common sense spending reductions to go after the bureaucracy so it's not weaponized against the country. And then it went after the welfare and getting people back to work, increasing labor force participation. Those are the types of things that were in past budgets, and that's what we're just getting started with compiling for the president.
Work requirements, Russ, would that be in it?
Those have certainly been in past budgets. We need to start that process and bring options to the president.
And if you extend the tax cuts and you go to the new tax cuts, Trump 2.0 tax cuts, let's suppose over 10 years, you can produce 3% economic growth, 3% GDP growth. The CBO, Congressional Budget Office, forever and ever says you can only do 1.8%. But the difference between 3% and 1.8% could be close to $3 trillion of added revenue. That's dynamic scoring. That's the Laffer curve. Can we fit that kind of thinking into the next budget?
It's critical area. We have to have dynamic growth. We have to have the tax policy the president ran on. That needs to be something that is part of balancing the budget. There's no other way to do it without that key component. And it's just common sense to do and reflect in a budget what is actually occurring in the real world, which is we're getting beyond kind of the static approach of the Biden administration and getting up to a higher Trump economic growth rate.
So, Russ, today the president put out federal agencies to work with DOGE and find ways to cut the workforce. Also, before that, I guess about 65,000 people decided to retire and take a very handsome severance package, even though the courts seem to be interfering. What's your outlook? Can we make these RIFs? Can we shrink the federal workforce along with the regulatory burden?
I'm excited about the EO that just was signed because I think it's the next step in being able to get a handle on the workforce. And again, this is more action and activities that we can do. The president can move forward unilaterally using the laws that are on the books to have reductions in force. That's what we mean by RIFs, to be able to say, look, the efficiency of the agency, to better serve the agency ability to meet the needs of the American people, we need a smaller workforce, a more efficient workforce, and a RIF does that. And that is what that is the next phase that's reflective in the EO today.
So also coming back to the audit and the search for fraud and so forth. Elon's going to do it, you're going to do it, and so forth. I don't understand this. Courts, certain judges, courts are saying that only career bureaucrats can see sensitive information, but political appointees cannot. And this sort of came to a head over the battle in the Treasury Department. So if I take this to its extreme, then the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, who is, after all, a political appointee by the president, even he can't see sensitive information. My point is that these judges are getting silly. I don't know how and when this is going to be resolved, but there's a certain, it's a preposterous notion that political appointees can't see it. And that says it's preposterous that outsiders or now employees of the government like Elon Musk can't do their job and search for fraud. I do not understand this, and I think a lot of people are scratching their heads, Russ.
Well, it defies common sense, it defies the Constitution, but the reality is this has been a key pillar of the Democrats' administrative state. And one of their principles is that career individuals and not political appointees are the ones that they want to rely on making decisions and shielding those of us who are political appointees from the actual information that we need to make decisions based on what
the administrative state does not want accountability, doesn't want individuals knowing what they're doing, and they do not want their power and funding cut. And they will do anything through demonizing, assassination attempts, lawfare, whatever it takes to make sure the administrative state stays in power. Now it's tied into the whole deep state. It's tied into the national security. The national security state is one problem, but there's also another problem that's in government, and that's the administrative state, where they feel as though they're not beholden to the people. And this is the reason why we're starting to see a breakdown of the balance of powers, where well-heeled, well-funded lobbying groups control the power of government. That's a problem. It's a big problem. And if it keeps on going, it'll eventually lead to a revolution. And that revolution is going to be more in the tune of what happened in France, where it's about an aristocracy against we the people.
President would do if he was in our shoes. And you can't do that if you don't have access to the information and you don't have the tools at your disposal to make sure everything's going across your desk that you need to know to be a sound representative of the president.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me an intrusion into presidential authority and executive authority. So, Russ, it's being reported, you spoke to the Republican Senate conference today. You need $175 billion for border security, for the wall and related measures. Did you actually say that? And I want to fold that in. Can we get one big, beautiful bill, Russ vote?
Well, President certainly wants that. I think we also need to get moving. We need both the House to move, the Senate to move, to resolve their differences, and to get as much of the president's agenda done immediately. And I think one of those aspects is border security funding. And the reality that we're facing a shortfall in the ICE accounts right now. We'll be able to get through a few more weeks with some reprogramming, but we have to have the beds to be able to ensure that we're not catching released individuals in this country. And Tom Homan and Stephen Miller and others are doing an incredible job. Secretary Noem, we're about 42,000 ICE beds. We think we can get to about 48,000, but we need substantially more beds to be able to continue the work that's being done. We put forward a proposal today and explained it to Senate Republicans. Obviously, we'll do the same with House Republicans, but this is a critical need, and it's something that both the House and the Senate have to reconcile with.
I mean, you mentioned, okay, so I get this, you need more spending on the border. Why not put it all into one big, beautiful bill? I think that is what the president would prefer, and I'm not sure why it's so hard, and I'm not sure why you couldn't get it done by Memorial Day. I mean, what do you think? You're an ace budget guy, Russ. You can do it.
Our message today is speed. Our message today is action. We want to encourage the bills to move forward in both the House and the Senate. Today's was the Senate. They have different versions of it, but our hope is that they move forward and that we get to the point where we can actually vote on bills, vote on the president's proposals, and get to the point where he can sign into law his agenda as soon as possible.
Okay, before we go to balance of power on Bloomberg, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Zeolite. This removes heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals from your body. Make sure you filter your water and reduce your exposure to chemicals around your household, and make sure that you eat less processed foods. Processed foods have chemicals in them that hurt your endocrine system, hurt your immune system, and your other bodily systems. All right? In addition, you should be detoxifying your body regularly. It's best that you do it every day. Just some what is called a maintenance dose. Or you can do a larger dose, once or twice a year, all right? Protocol. So let's talk about the maintenance, the best way to do it. Take 2 drops, small drops underneath your tongue, just small drops underneath your tongue, 2 of them. Drink filtered water, do that every day, all year round. And it's gonna remove the toxins, chemicals, heavy metals. It'll bind and lets you excrete through urination in about 6 to 8 hours. So you do that every day, okay? Or people that prefer to do a detox protocol once or twice a year, take 4 or 5 small drops underneath your tongue, drink the filtered water, do that every day until the bottle is done, and then do that once or twice a year. It's better that you do it every day, and make sure you filter your water and make sure that you reduce your exposure to processed foods. And if you can clean up your house where you remove paints and cleaning supplies that have these chemicals in it, these chemicals do get in the air and you breathe them in and it causes disruption with your endocrine system and your immune system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, detoxify your body with zeolite. In addition, some of the things that you have to worry about are the air that you breathe, all right? In your area, you may be getting sprayed. Also, lawn care. Sometimes the chemicals they spray on the lawn could disrupt your bodily system. So please be mindful of that. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the zeolite. Reduce the stress on your pancreas. As you get older, once you get about 40 plus years of age, you need to start worrying about your pancreatic health. So take digestive enzyme complex. It helps to break down carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids, reduces the load on your pancreas. You'll be able to absorb your nutrients from your food, and when you do that, then your metabolism is going to be better. But bringing down that stress on your pancreas is really important. Now, people that are athletes, either younger or older, taking digestive enzyme complex is important, because what that will do is it'll be able to break up your pre-workout or post-workout nutrition and refuel your body, and your recovery is quicker. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the digestive enzyme complex. Make sure you use discount 5 to get $5 off. Resveratrol, really important. I've been taking this for decades. Resveratrol helps with mitochondrial health. It'll boost up the energy levels. That's really important. It's an antioxidant, so it's going to soak up free radicals. It also helps to get rid of cells that stop dividing. Once you get rid of those cells, the tissues will be healthier, because cells start to divide up to a certain point and then they stop dividing. It's called senescence. And once they're in senescence, they accumulate garbage, right? And toxins and stuff like that. It's better to get rid of those cells and have them to go into apoptosis. Resveratrol helps with that. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take resveratrol. Resveratrol is supercharged when you take it with C60, NAD+, or ubiquinol. It's synergistic. You get more power out of resveratrol when you stack it with the other antioxidant. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the resveratrol. Use discount 5 on any order, and you get $5 off.
On the table that will involve reciprocal tariffs. The president talking about it earlier, promising the big one, right? He said this is the big day. We'll see what that involves. There's the tweet for you if you're with us, the truth, right? If you're with us on YouTube. 3 great weeks, perhaps the best ever, but today is the big one, he writes, reciprocal tariffs. We'll find out. We don't know. We've heard a lot of tariff threats. Of course, he's already threatened 25% tariffs against Canada and Mexico. Backed away from the line. There were some concessions, as we discussed here, involving troops on the border. He's promised additional tariffs to go into effect soon on steel and aluminum. And here's the news. Our trading partners are not waiting around to find out. Enter the premier of Saskatchewan. I told you he was coming to talk to us here in person. Scott Moe is one of 13 premiers down from our neighbor from the north to make the case for ongoing trade partnerships here in North America. It's great to have you with us at the table. Thank you for making part of part of your day here in Washington.
Thank you for making time.
You're meeting with a lot of stakeholders. You had spoken before you left Canada about meeting with lawmakers, senators, maybe governors, but also, and maybe most importantly, cabinet officials, members of the administration. Was the White House accommodating?
Yeah, no, certainly. I think, again, from Saskatchewan's perspective, these relationships with policymakers whether they be in Congress, in the Senate, or part of the administration. We've made it a priority for the last decade and a half to be in DC a number of times throughout the year and to foster these relations because they're important to us. And I think they're important really to what our goal is for Saskatchewan to be part of creating that continental energy, food, and manufacturing security system.
I want the whole elevator pitch. I want to hear what you're telling people in these meetings. But first, what does the administration want from you? You put 10,000 troops on the border. You've made an agreement to crack down on fentanyl, illegal border crossings. What else would remove this threat from hanging over your head?
Well, I think when it comes to priorities that have been raised by the president, whether it be fentanyl or securing our border, whether it be our 49th parallel or mutually our North American ports, we need to always be looking to do better. And when it comes to fentanyl, that's not a drug at all, it's a poison. It's killing people north and south of the 49th parallel, and we need to do our level best to eradicate it from our communities and eradicate it from the hands and pockets of friends and all too often family members. And so we're committing to do that in Saskatchewan and pushing our federal government and our part, the provincial efforts were part of the 10,000 folks on the border, the security officials on the border. And so we're working together. Not just because it's a priority of the president, but it's a priority of all of us that live in North America.
I get that, and I also feel like it wouldn't be that hard of a job for you. What I understand was 40-something pounds of fentanyl across the northern border last year versus 21,000 through our southern border. You can get your arms around that, can't you?
Yeah, well, all of those pounds are a problem. And so what I would say is when you look at the fentanyl deaths in Saskatchewan communities or Canadian communities, it's very similar per capita to what we're seeing in the U.S. Yeah. So we need to work together. We need to get that drug out of the hands of anyone that lives in North America.
Your biggest trading partner as a province is the United States.
Sure.
The most important thing you sell to the U.S. is crude oil. If these tariffs take effect, if we get into some kind of a trade war, can you replace that business? Can you sell that oil to someone else?
No, the crude oil is a little more difficult. We sell crude oil, potash, uranium, agri-food products, and our goal is always to create that continental energy and food security from our province's perspective. Those products will start to flow to other places around the world. But at the end of the day, not only is the United States of America our largest trading partner, north and south, they're our most trusted and important ally as Canadians and as fellow North Americans. And so our goal isn't to sell those products somewhere else. Our goal is to continue with the relationship with the United States because quite honestly, that oil is coming to U.S. refineries and is creating jobs in places like Ohio, Iowa, Illinois, down into Louisiana and Texas. So the trade relationship is strong. We understand there's some discussion about what that's going to look like moving forward, and that's why we're here.
You mentioned potash. You put out a tweet that got our attention here with a nice shot of a Big Mac on it. You must have gotten Donald Trump's attention with this. From growing wheat, you say, for the bun to corn for the cattle. It turns out the secret ingredient to the Big Mac is potash. A tariff on Canadian potash is a tax on Americans' food. Is that part of your argument when you sit down in these meetings?
Well, it's a fact.
You know how much you like a Big Mac. You're not going to raise the price on this, are you?
I think there's about 9. We're not going to. But there's about 9 million tons of potash that come down into the Corn Belt in the U.S. 90% of that comes from Saskatchewan. 35% of the world's potash comes from Saskatchewan. There really is no other market for that product unless you want to start purchasing from Russia.
Yeah.
So, herein lies the importance of the trading relationship we have. We understand, that the president is making some efforts to reset trade relationships, and it starts with Canada and Mexico, but likely going to extend beyond.
So what do you get in the other direction when you sit down in these meetings? Do you feel good? Were you guys high-fiving leaving the White House?
I don't know for high-fiving, but certainly encouraged. And again, this is building on relationships that are not new for us from Saskatchewan. Yeah. We've been down here for 15 years.
So this Rolodex, you're calling the same people you were meeting a couple of months ago.
And more. And we've engaged throughout that decade and a half. So, we feel positive on the relationship. There's going to be some words and some rhetoric back and forth in the meantime. But at the end of the day, we have a goal in us to get back to that strong trading relationship, and we feel we can get there.
The words and the rhetoric have been something. The 51st states, Governor Trudeau. Where are we in our relationship culturally? Teach me something about this. You hear the jokes, right? The apartment upstairs above the party, America's hat. What do Americans need to understand about our most important trade partner?
Well, I'd say a couple of things. First is Canada isn't going to be the 51st state. That's some of the rhetoric that we hear back and forth. That being said, Canada and the U.S. are what I think has had and will continue to have post this discussion the strongest economic trading relationship in the world, one that keeps our continent secure. From time to time, the president is raising some topics, whether it be fentanyl, whether it be our military commitments, where Canadians have to have a look in the mirror and make sure that we're doing what we say we were going to do, and make sure that we certainly are contributing as a full partner into that relationship. And so we're doing that. As you see, with 10,000 troops on the border, we're going to secure that border. We're going to make every effort to eradicate fentanyl out of our province. So the discussion will go on, but I think our goals are the same.
It's not only a question about what happens at the end of this 30-day review, however that is going to be rolled out,
right?
But also a full renegotiation, it seems, of the USMCA. Are these negotiations, these talks happening in tandem?
I wouldn't say they're happening in tandem. We have to make decisions and have discussions as they come. Today, there's no Secretary of Commerce for Canada to actually negotiate that. So we have some confirmations that have to happen. That being said, we've been able to engage, with folks that I've known for years. Secretary Bergen, for example, former governor of North Dakota, our neighbor to the south, and I've worked closely with then Governor, now Secretary Bergen, as well. Secretary Wright, the Secretary of Energy. Important contact for us, and those are contacts that we've had for years and continue to have, and we'll work closely with them. They represent obviously the administration's interest. We'll represent Saskatchewan and Canada's interest, and we'll find our place to that strong trading relationship again.
Does this negotiation of this immediate term 25% tariffs on Canada?
Another breaking news: Rollins confirmed for Agriculture Secretary.
Let me say this, and I would bring us back to the hamburger tweet, or the Big Mac tweet, if you will. Tariffs of any kind are not helpful for that strong, effective, efficient North American trading economy. They aren't helpful for us in providing that continental energy food security that we aspire to. Whether they're tariffs that are put on by President Trump and his administration, whether they're counter tariffs that might be considered by Canada or even by Mexico from that perspective, they're not a positive place for us to be heading. However, they may be used in a short term to enhance a bargaining position or something of that nature. Where we need to be at the conclusion of the conversation is back to a very robust trading environment, providing North Americans, not just Canadians or even just Americans, North Americans, with the security of our continent, the economic security that we aspire to, food, energy security, all of those things. You hear words like energy dominance.
Yes, sure.
We can be part of that, and have been, and will be part of that in the future, whether it's electricity generation or oil and gas, which we produce in our area.
I am struck by how similar a lot of the language that you use, a lot of the messaging that you're delivering right now, how similar it is to what we hear from the administration when it comes to energy dominance, when it comes to our military partnership. You're very much on the same page on a lot of these things, aren't you?
Sure, and sometimes in our families and in our friends groups, we have some discussions on where everybody's going to, when and where everybody's going to do what. Probably having one of those discussions right now. So we'll find our way through it. The goals are the same, and I'm quite positive, in particular after the last few days in Washington, D.C., that we will get there. And I just hope it's sooner rather than later.
When are you going to get pipelines for province to province oil and gas?
Herein lies a very significant discussion for Canada moving forward. And we have always been a proponent that those need to be built.
Yeah.
And I think in fairness, by the last number of years, us not being able to build an east-west pipeline in Canada, we have diminished our economic opportunities as Canadians, and thereby diminished our economic opportunities as well as North Americans. Everything that we do really is in the guise or under the eye of, we're stronger together as nations. We live on the same continent. Geographically, we're the same culture. We're very similar. There are some differences. But when Canada is doing well, U.S. is doing well. When the U.S. is doing well, Canada, by extension, will do well. So
just might not agree on hockey, no matter what happens.
Yeah, well, we're always looking for the Edmonton Oilers to come through, but a few Canadians down in New York playing with the Rangers. Brighteon Schneider, he's great. And I can talk about hockey all day, but
I've learned a lot about French Canadian and Joe Mathieu, by the way, if he ever needs to find me in the phone book. let us know how this goes in a couple of weeks. Could you talk to us when you find out what happens with this review?
I'll come right back here. We're down here in a couple of weeks again. Myself will be back in this market a couple of weeks. I think there's a few premiums here next week as well.
You're one of 13 in Washington now. Is that right?
13 this week, 2 or 3 coming back next week, and I'll be back the week after.
All right. We'll be watching your Twitter feed as well. We need to get some Big Macs for the controller. Producer James, I'm sure you can work that out for us. 40-piece nugget. We'll share them.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get these great structural nano silver gels. I have it in 2 types. You can get it in the tube form or in the quick dispenser. Buy it for your house, buy it for your work, put it in your backpack for school. Just be prepared. It's a dual purpose, all right? Use it as a skincare, so you can apply it on your skin every day and then exfoliate, and you're improving the health of your skin. You can apply it on a cut, an abrasion, or a minor burn. It'll heal quicker. You can apply it after you shave. Let's say a guy shaves their face, and you can do it. You can put the gel on your skin to soothe the skin as an aftershave. Same thing for women that are shaving their legs. You can apply it on your legs, and it will soothe that shaving. It's great for aftershave. It also helps to heal razor burn. So there's enough that use for it. In addition, it will help to create a barrier and prevent you from getting sick, right, during the cold season. It's great to use for the cold season. So how you do it is you put it on your hands. It stays active for 5 hours. Way better than Perel, because Perel only stays active for less than 30 seconds. Plus the structural nanosilver gel helps to heal your skin. Alcohol-based products like Perel will crack your skin. In addition, you can put this around your mouth, around your nose, around your eyes, around your ears, lightly coat your nostrils and create a barrier and neutralize. So please take my advice. Be prepared for the cold season, for skincare, for aftershave, for cuts, abrasions. It's a great multi-purpose gel that you should have at your house or at work at all times, because you don't know when you might need it. Now again, you put it on your hands, it stays active for 5.5 hours. You can put it around your face, it stays active. It's really important to have. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nanosilver gel. For the ones that want the more, use the gel for a skincare, it works really well with collagen, the collagen that I offer, and the vitamin C. How that works is you take the collagen, you drink filtered water, and you're taking the vitamin C, and you're improving your dermal layer. The structural nanosilver gel you put on your skin daily, and you're improving the topical layer. I have a box called the Anti-Aging Skincare Beginner's Box that has the collagen, the vitamin C, and the structural nanosilver gel. You do that every day, and you're going to improve your skin. But make sure you drink filtered water, about 32 to 64 ounces of filtered water throughout the day, because you need the water to cross-link the vitamin C with the collagen. Now, I have an advanced box also, where you get everything in the beginner's box, but you also get resveratrol and C60, and that helps to improve the basal layer. The basal layer of your skin is what produces new skin cells. So if that's healthy, then your skin's healthy. So the advanced box does the dermal layer, the topical layer, and the basal layer. All right. Now, some people may not want to take those other supplements, fine, and they just want to use the structural nanosilver topically. That's okay too, but you get really better benefits of skin health by improving the topical layer, your dermal layer, and your basal layer. you're approaching skin health at all three major areas of your skin, which is really important. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the structural nano silver gel. Again, it's dual purpose and help support my work. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. If you get the skincare box, either beginners or the advanced, that's discounted automatically compared to purchasing the products individually in the store. And you can apply the discount 5 on top of that. So you get a double discount. You get a built-in discount with the longevity boxes and the anti-aging boxes, but you can apply the discount 5 coupon and boom, you get an extra $5. I want you to get the products so it helps your health. The stuff works. It's stuff that I do. I've tested it all out. I use this as part of my daily protocol. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right. Let's go to the business news flash at the moment.
Gold is at 4.53% and the 2-year yield at 4.31%. The heads of some of Wall Street's biggest banks on Capitol Hill for a roundtable discussion on debanking. Now, for that meeting, JP Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon telling Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall he supports a restructuring of financial regulators and dismissed any concerns about CFPB being dismantled.
There's consumer protection of the SEC, the OCC, the Federal Reserve, and the question is how do you design a system that's good for everybody, that makes sense? It isn't just the CFPB alone.
JP Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon. Sources tell Bloomberg that Morgan Stanley is aiming to boost the size of its latest offering of X Holdings debt that banks hold on their books. Investor demand's been so strong, the bank has told some of them it will likely upsize the initial $3 billion offering. Morgan Stanley shares now a little change. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's the Bloomberg Business Flash. We return now to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
All right, Amy Morris, thank you so much, as always, watching Wall Street for us as we wait to hear from President Trump on reciprocal tariffs. This could be market moving. And we will find out at some point after 1 p.m. exactly what he has in mind, having promised the big one today. Reciprocal tariffs against our trading partners, just as the Prime Minister of India arrives for a state visit. Someone Donald Trump has previously called the king of tariffs. And there is some expectation, some reporting around the idea of maybe Mr. Modi shows up with a big breaking news gift of lower tariffs against the U.S. We'll see where this goes here. They're going to, by the way, be doing a bilateral news conference later on in the day. Are we in a world here where we get 3 news conferences with Donald Trump? It might actually happen, not all live. I will say they're going to have the press pool join the president in the Oval Office next hour. So we'll have some playback on that, but we'll, because we're Bloomberg, have live headlines for you. This is something, right? This news cycle that we're in here. It's really difficult sometimes to know what to pay attention to. And that is why we have this program for you every day. A beacon in the fog of Washington with a flashlight in the dark of your doom scroll. With real news coming from Capitol Hill today, RFK Jr. is going to be the nation's new health secretary once he's sworn in. He's got the votes. It all happened earlier today. 52 to 48. Health and Human Services Secretary, the resistance, represented by Mitch McConnell and every Democrat. When did you think you'd ever hear that? The lone Republican joining Democrats in opposing the nominee, and that should not be a surprise if you have been following along here. It's where we start our conversation today with our political panel. Rick Davis is with us, of course, Bloomberg Politics contributor, Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. Janae Wortell is back as well, Democratic strategist partner at ARC Initiatives. Really great to see both of you. Rick, you saw this coming, and you told us a long time ago about this idea of Blue MAGA having a particular urgency within Donald Trump's sphere. Getting former Democrats like Tulsi Gabbard and now RFK Jr. means what for this administration?
Well, it was a huge lift to his campaign strategy of trying to communicate with disaffected Democrats to come over. And I think there's plenty of electoral evidence that worked. And part of those components, not an insignificant amount, was recruiting RFK and Tulsi Gabbard over two disaffected Democrats who were able to echo, sort of the Trump sentiment that, Democrats have been left behind. And the evidence is overwhelming former Democrats from rural counties, especially white men, coming over and voting for Donald Trump. And not least of which also include sort of urban and suburban African-American and Hispanic men under the age of 40. So, I mean, whatever the plan was, it worked. And that has become sort of.
I'll tell you, I am not impressed with this Rick Davis, and he's a Bloomberg contributor, but he's managing an investment firm. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. It's the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. Get the C60. You can get it in a 2-ounce, a 4-ounce, or an 8-ounce configuration. You can get it in MCT coconut oil, avocado oil, or extra virgin olive oil. C60 is a molecule that's 60 carbon molecule. It soaks up free radicals. It's very potent, and it has to be suspended in a lipid, an oil. All right, so that's the reason why it's in an oil. You take it on an empty stomach for the best absorption. Take a teaspoon a day. Take it every day, and it's going to soak up free radicals. It's going to improve the mitochondrial health of your cells. Your ATP is going to be boosted up, so you're going to have more energy. And by reducing the stress on the cell and having more energy, your tissues are going to perform better, and then those tissues within your organ systems are going to perform better. So that means your immune system is going to perform better. That means that your endocrine system is going to perform better. Your glands are going to perform better, and your organ systems are going to perform better. Your neurons will perform better because you have lots of mitochondria in your neurons. You need lots of ATP for your neurons to be healthy, to make neurotransmitters, and to shoot the neurotransmitters. So the healthier your mitochondria are, the better your neurons will be. Taking C60 is going to improve your neural health and reduce the free radicals that cause damage in neurons and in cells. So that means that your neurons are going to be firing more frequently, and they're going to be healthier. They're going to be less stressed. That means your neuroplasticity will be better. That means you'll have more mental acuity. That means that your memory will be better. That means that your coordination will be better. Your cerebellum will perform better. Now, you need to do exercising. You need to do resistance training and some cardiovascular, some balancing, and some stretching. Doing all that is going to improve your neurons on top of the other benefits of gaining muscle and improving your joint health. But taking C60 will soak up those free radicals. It's about 1,000 times more potent than one molecule. One molecule of C60 is about 1,000 times more potent than one molecule of vitamin C. All right. The reason why is that C60 is 60 carbons that can absorb, neutralize free radicals and recharge. So it can absorb more free radicals, neutralize them. All right. That's the reason why. But if you look at a molecule of vitamin C, it can only neutralize one free radical and it can't recharge. And you can't take enough of vitamin C. Your body will not absorb enough of it to equal C60. So that's why it's so important to take C60. It's a very potent antioxidant. And it's the second pillar of my core protocol. Max 35 is for the first pillar to improve your immune system. C60 to bring down free radicals. Turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans to bring down pro-inflammatory cytokines, bring down chronic inflammation that will boost up your immune system. And taking Boomer Boost to increase your energy levels and to improve your metabolism. So taking C60 is really important. Now, if you work out, take C60 before your workout, and you'll soak up the free radicals that you're generating during your workout, and you will recover quicker. This is extremely good stuff. Now, just taking my advice, take a teaspoon a day for 1 year, if you haven't done so already, and just test it. Test how your body performs with it. And you'll notice that you're aging less. You'll notice that you'll have more energy. And you'll also notice that your different systems, like your endocrine system and your immune system, is performing better. All right. Now, if you use my core protocol, the 4 pillars, in conjunction with the C60, you're going to see huge benefits because you're bringing down that inflammation, you're boosting up your immune system, you're improving your metabolism and your energy levels. Now, a big part of the aging process is an accumulation of free radicals in your body. And if you'll notice that certain people will age quicker and quicker and quicker, right? And that's because they can't absorb as many free radicals that are building up. And they get more DNA damage, and it gets to a point where their immune system goes down, their energy levels go down, and their health goes down. So that's why it's so important to get those energy levels high, get those ATP levels high, and soak up those free radicals. And what will happen is that your body will start to slow down the aging process and get healthier. And when your immune system is more improved, then you're going to be able to fight colds quicker. You're going to be able to fight cancers better. You're going to be able to have more vitality. You're going to be moving around more. When you move around more, you're going to have more muscle. When you're moving around more, most likely your bones are going to be healthier and your joints healthier. But when people just age and slow down, what happens? They start to atrophy. Their bones start to become more brittle. They lose muscle mass. Their energy levels go down. Free radicals start to build up. And then all of a sudden, you have a person that is not as it does not have the vitality that they should. So please take my advice, go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the C60. This is a very potent antioxidant. It works very well. Take a teaspoon a day, and you will radically change your health. You'll radically see huge benefits if you're following the protocol. All right, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And then let me just quickly talk about how to improve your bone health and your cardiovascular health. I have a great stack for that. D3 soaks up, it allows you to absorb, allows you to absorb calcium. It's a gene expression cofactor. It helps to get rid of cells that need to go into apoptosis. You stack it with K2, MK7. And when you stack these together, what will happen is that you're reducing the chances of depositing calcium around plaque that's been built up in your cardiovascular system. But also, this will help to deposit calcium in your bones when you do resistance training. And that way, because you're creating a signal through putting stress on your bones and on your joints, by doing the resistance training, by doing weightlifting, you're putting stress there, and it's creating a growth signal to deposit new bone matrix. And your body needs the D3 and the K2 to do that. All right? So it's dual purpose. It helps with your cardiovascular, but it also helps with bone density when you do weightlifting. Now, to improve the cardiovascular part of this protocol, take nattokinase. Nattokinase breaks up clots because it's fibrinolytic. But nattokinase also helps with your lipid profile. By lowering LDL levels and increasing your HDL levels with nattokinase, you are reducing the chances of further plaque formation, because plaque builds up by inflammation by high amounts of LDL and free radicals. The LDL has to oxidize by the free radicals, and then what happens is that it gets into your, that oxidized LDL gets into your vascular wall, and then macrophages go and tries to eat up the LDL, oxidized LDL, and then it turns into a foam cell that eventually leads to a plaque formation. But if you reduce the LDL by taking things like omega-3 and nattokinase, you're reducing your chances of plaque formation. Now, I have a cardiovascular health box. It's called the Longevity Cardiovascular Health box. Take a look at that. It has more supplements in there to be able to mitigate plaque formation and to slowly shrink the plaque that has built up. You can't get rid of all the plaque that has built up over the years, but you can shrink it down. So, but it takes time, diligence, and proper diet and proper exercise on top of the proper supplementation. But it's all about bringing down inflammation, lowering the LDL levels, lowering the free radicals, reducing the chances of calcium being deposited in the plaque. And when you do all these things, then what is happening is that you're slowly getting healthier with the vascular system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. A great stack for your cardiovascular health is the cardiovascular longevity box that I have. But also, if you don't want to get the box, you can take the nattokinase and you'll get benefits cardiovascularly with taking K2 and D3. For bone health, D3 and K2 is really good. I also have a longevity bone health box that you can take a look at to improve your bone density. So please use discount 5 on any order, and you'll get $5 off. Again, the anti-aging boxes and the longevity boxes have a built-in lower cost when you compare it to individual purchases of the items that are in the box. So I've done everything in my power to bring down the prices to get the products into your hands. The stuff works. You stack it the right way. It's all about stacking. You can't just take, I'm just only going to take vitamin D3. Well, you'll get some benefit, but you're not going to get the radical benefits of improving your bone density if you're only going to take D3. You'll get benefits in gene expression. You'll be able to absorb calcium more. But if you're taking it for bone health, you're going to have to need to couple it with K2. If someone says, well, I'm taking it for my immune system, great. D3 will help with your immune system and help to get rid of cells that need to go into apoptosis if they've been infected. But you also have to improve your immune system by taking the turmerics and the ashwagandhas and the lignans on top of the D3. So if anyone says taking one vitamin is the answer, they're wrong. It's about stacking. You got to attack it from different directions. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great supplements and stack them the way I'm telling you to stack them. Again, I'm the most comprehensive on this whole journey. It's something that I do. I'm telling you how I do it. It works. Please go to my store and get the products. All right. Democrats are flipping out against Doge, so let's just step in there before Bloomberg starts again.
By a wide margin. When this so-called Doge says they intend to cut 75% of the federal workforce, that means they intend to fire 500,000 veterans in this country.
Yeah, yes, sir.
This is unacceptable. This is not what the American people voted for. This absolutely cannot happen. Now let's talk about what happens if we lay off 75% of the VA workforce. Make no mistake, this would decimate our ability to care for veterans in this country.
Right.
And let's not forget that we make a solemn promise to every man and woman who wears the uniform that they are going to be cared for when their service is complete.
But if we lose 75% of the VA workforce, we will no longer be able to make good on that promise. When they needed us, when we needed them to defend our freedoms, they were.
The Democratic Party wasn't about helping our service members. The Democratic Party wanted to promote DEI and reparations. They're not about and promoting illegal immigration. They want to spend more money for illegal immigration than actually helping our veterans. What's this horse shit that the Democratic Party's for our veterans? They're not. They're totally not. All right, let's go back to Bloomberg because you know what? I'm fed up with the stupidity of the Democratic Party.
Tariffs, the announcement could be coming just moments from now as he speaks to press. An hour later, he's going to be swearing in RFK Jr., who was just confirmed as Health and Human Services Secretary. Then Modi will go to the White House. And on top of all of that, we also have to pay attention to what's happening on Capitol Hill. As the House Budget Committee is currently working through.
See what I mean? There is a lot of activity going on. You don't fully appreciate it, maybe, you know, because you're at work and you're not, you know, paying attention to all of the data streams. But since Trump became president officially, it's been like nonstop, boom, boom, boom. It's almost like every day is like 3 days in one.
Tariffs as we get it, just like we always bring you the latest in financial markets. And Amy Morris has a look at those from DC today. Amy.
All right, thank you, Kaylee. We are waiting to hear from President Trump, expected to soon announce that plan to enact reciprocal tariffs. Those duties will not take effect immediately, but stocks are higher. Traders don't mind. S&P 500 up 0.4% or 25 points. NASDAQ up 0.7% or 142 points. The Dow up 0.1%. That's about 69 points. The 10-year Treasury yield now at 4.53% and the 2-year yield at 4.3%. Reddit shares now 8% lower after fourth quarter user growth missed Wall Street's expectations. It's a sign the newly public company is struggling to keep up with larger digital advertising peers Meta and Google. Reddit said user growth slowed after Google made a change to its algorithm that impacted search traffic. Deere & Company shares fell as that company anticipates another challenging year because grain and soy growers are not spending and tariffs are threatening further pressure. Shares of Deere now 1.4% lower. Hertz shares fell as much as 14% after that company reported a loss of $2.9 billion in 2024 as Hertz moves on from an ill-advised bet on electric vehicles. Shares of Hertz now nearly 10% lower. And here's a little teaser from Apple. CEO Tim Cook posted on X, quote, "Get ready to meet the newest member of the family on February 19th. Guess we'll wait." For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
All right, Amy Morris, thank you so much. A new member joining the Apple family, which I guess is probably pretty extensive. We think about a lot of things as families in the business and in the political world, including, for example, the House Republican Conference, where there's famously 5 families that all have to try to get their heads together and pursue the same policy. And therein lies the challenge that is facing House Republicans right now as they try to find a path forward on budget reconciliation to achieve the legislative objectives of President Trump, which includes steep tax cuts, making permanent his 2017 tax cuts, specifically energy and border policy, which they're trying in the House to roll all into one bill. We got the budget outline yesterday.
That's right.
It seems things are changing, though, as they mark things up, with the budget chair, Jody Arrington, now saying that they can't reach $2 trillion in tax cuts. The maximum allowed, or in spending cuts, rather, the maximum allowed in tax cuts would be $4 trillion. The problem is, just renewing the 2017 tax cuts is expected to cost a bit more than that.
So the math is difficult here, and that's where Congressman Ralph Norman comes in. I'm glad that we have the opportunity to bring in a member of the aforementioned House Budget Committee representing South Carolina's 5th District with his own point of view here. And we're told, Congressman, welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio, that you're one of 2 potential no's with the numbers that we're hearing. So we'll update that. Let's say it's at least $2 trillion in spending cuts, $4.5 trillion cap on tax cuts, a $4 trillion extension of the debt limit. Would you vote yes on a bill like that?
Well, first of all, what we started out with was we could not continue the path of unsustained spending. Spending is a problem for inflation. Inflation is not income, it's spending. The base budget I voted to get out of committee We had the timeline to meet, which is today for the markup, which we're doing. To be honest, I'm confident that we're going to have the amendments in place that will get the job done. And as you mentioned, we've got 1.5 trillion.
Breaking news, the 30-year bond pre-sale yield was higher than expected. So that's tied into inflation expectations.
I think we're going to get there. I think it's important for us to get our own version out. I know the Senate is working on one, but you know, all the House is responsible for the purse strings. So I'm confident we'll get it out. It's going to be a long day, but we expected that. A lot of amendments, a lot of Democrat amendments, and we'll have our own, but I'm confident we'll add to the value.
Well, obviously, Congressman, getting it out of committee is one hurdle, but getting a package that can actually pass on the House floor with what is assumed to be 0 Democratic votes is another thing entirely. With this structure, are you confident the requisite votes would be there?
Here's what I'm confident of. When it goes to the floor, there'll be a total explanation of every cut every committee comes up with and where it's coming from. Is it going to be easy? No, it's not going to be. But every dollar in Congress that's spent has got an advocate for it, and they're coming out full force as I speak to you right now. Okay, but yeah, I'm confident, and I'm confident because of this. It will make sense. Everybody agrees that we can't continue the path, but I'll tell you what's got to happen. President Trump, who's got a 65, 69% approval rating, he's going to have to get involved. Anybody that at the end of the day, when he goes to the floor that doesn't agree with it or has issues, I think he will directly get involved as he has, and he's done a brilliant job of doing that and explaining why the tax cuts, we've got to get this out because it's going to be a tax increase for over 28 to 35% for all Americans. We can't let that happen. The prosperity that happened under his reign, we got to continue. And I think at the end of the day, I think we'll pass it.
Well, we know, Congressman, that President Trump is not above picking up the phone when it's time to weigh in on things, as I'm sure we all recall from the most recent speaker's vote. Are you hungry for the president to weigh in here?
Absolutely. He's got to weigh in because we can't afford to stumble on this. I mean, you know, it's interesting. Every politician, every 535 members of Congress campaign on conservatism, cutting the deficit. We know it's not sustainable. Now, when it actually comes down to it, that's where he comes into the picture. And does it make sense to put work requirements on Medicaid? I think it does. Does it make sense to, to go down the line and let block grants, let states handle some of that funding? It's not a cut in Medicaid as one example. But yeah, I mean, I think he's going to have to get involved, and he will pass what he considers. This is a linchpin for his whole 4 years in office. It's great to start it now. Look what he's done on the DOGE Commission. And so I'm anxious, and I think it's going to pass, and I'm optimistic.
Well, and with this structure, you already mentioned potential cuts to Medicaid here, but essentially what this structure will mean is that if the cost of Trump's tax cuts go higher, if we're adding on things like no tax on tips or overtime or Social Security, lifting the SALT cap, perhaps more spending cuts have to come into place. So what else is going to have to go on the chopping block if Donald Trump, the president, is to get everything he wants here?
Well, first of all, it's not cuts to Medicaid. We're not doing that. Is it a reallocation? Yes. Is it getting people off the rolls and are healthy? Yes. Is it, and that's what he can sell to anybody who is feeling a lot of pressure, which I understand. And, but you got to consider the growth rate. I think we got a 2.5% growth in the economy of GDP. I think that'll happen. That'll make some of the difference up. But it's not going to be easy, but it never is. But I think we'll get there. And the alternative of letting the tax cuts expire and give Americans that kind of a tax increase is not a it's not a pretty picture. We're not going to let that happen.
I'm wondering where you are on the timeline here, Congressman, and just how much time there is to work all of this out. We've got a funding deadline 29 days out. Would you support a continuing resolution to keep the lights on if negotiations were moving in the right direction?
Yeah, I don't like CRs. I think it needs to be a kind of a modified CR, as example, the ones that get hit the most with the military. I think Pete Hegseth will weigh in on what he needs. I think Tom Homan will weigh in with what he needs. But yeah, I would vote for a CR depending on what the final conditions are as part of it. But you got to allow the continuation of what, particularly the military is doing. And every contract, every lease extension is affected by a CR in a negative way. We will have to do some carve-outs, and they will have to tell us what they need. We finally got people in office that they know it. Pete Hegseth knows the military. He knows where the money ought to go. The same thing with Tom Holt. He's got this deportation down. But the agencies, at the end of the day, the appropriations are going to have to come up with the money, and that's where Donald Trump comes in to make the case. And I think there's no one better that can do it, that can present the case than he can.
Do Democrats come in somewhere, Congressman, on this when we're talking about just keeping the government funded beyond March specifically?
They don't come into the solution. I mean, we're not going to have to deal with them, hopefully. I mean, some of the things that we've heard they're going to ask for, like the elimination of Elon Musk, like the end to deportation, it's ludicrous. People are excited about what Elon Musk is doing. And if you have to deal with them, they're so, it's just two different universes within today. And I mean, look at the demonstrations they've done on, I guess, what Elon Musk is doing. He's not getting paid. He's an investigator. He's supplying the numbers that we should have had years ago. So, no, I don't think we'll have to deal with them, and I don't think we'll need their vote. At the end of the day, they're not going to vote with us. When you watch the hearings in the budget committee, I don't think any of them are going to vote for this budget. And we've got a good budget, and I think we'll pass it.
Realizing you support the spirit of Elon Musk's mission here, Congressman, as a lawmaker in the House of Representatives, do you worry when we talk about Xing out entire agencies without the approval of Congress?
Absolutely not. Let the money flow, which has never been discovered. People are asking me, why didn't Congress discover these abuses of where our money goes? The reason is we couldn't get to it. He's the only one that had the brain power and the bandwidth to get to to follow the checks to where they actually ended up.
Money is one thing, though, but the actual existence of the agency, if they blow them out, you don't think Congress should have a say?
Congress was asking for the information, and these agencies were stonewalling, and you didn't have an executive branch leader, aka the president, pushing back on the agencies to make sure that they were spending efficiently. Now all of a sudden Trump's in office, and now we have a real president that's looking for accountability. But the problem is that the previous presidents didn't have the fortitude to push back on these agencies to show for accountability, because these presidents in prior years were hiding the corruption and the conduits and this money flowing that's going on with the administrative state and the national security state. So anyone that's pushing back on Elon Musk, they are trying to hide the corruption. They're trying to prevent those funding mechanisms from being turned off. That's what they're doing. They're not being, they're trying to slow down the Trump administration and Elon Musk from showing the American public all of the wasteful spending and the corruption. That's huge. It's huge numbers. It's crazy.
The question is going to be the details of this. So for more, we turn to Bloomberg's Michael Shepard here with us in our Washington, D.C. studio. So obviously, Mike, reciprocal tariffs could apply to a lot of different countries. Is this just going to be a question of scale and whether any countries, as we've seen with Canada and Mexico, are able to talk themselves, negotiate themselves out of this at some period of time?
Well, Kevin, it really is the question. Scale, but also specificity, because there will be individual sectors and products that the administration really might try to decide to go after with full vigor. We can imagine that agricultural and automotive products would be at the top of the administration's list. And Donald Trump himself during the campaign sure signaled that. And he has signaled his differences with the biggest trading bloc out there right now, the European Union, over some of its policies, including value-added tax, but also its 10% tariff on autos. The U.S. charges only 2.5% on auto imports. So there will be individual sectors we can expect them to go after. And then timing is another big question too.
We've seen the threat removed when we get to the timing component here, when certain concessions or conditions are met, concessions are made. Are we going to have a patchwork of deals here with various trading partners by the end of the day?
Well, Joe, it's a great question because the door would certainly open to those kinds of conversations. And the time frame for actually imposing all this remains unclear. CNBC had reported earlier today, we had to confirm, and we would expect the president to talk perhaps about this on the timing question. This is going to be a complex undertaking because do you go, for instance, Kaylee, on just a tariff for tariff basis, or are you also looking at non-trade barriers, like I mentioned, on the value-added tax and other practices where they might want to also maybe apply some pressure, not only to trade blocs, but to individual countries as well. And that will take some time for them to actually figure out like, where they want to apply. If it's just tariffs that they're going after, the impact will be felt more in developing countries like India and Argentina.
Well, I'm so glad you raised that because it just so happens he's getting ready to make this announcement on the same day that he is greeting Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the White House. And India is one of those countries, I believe the average tariff rate on U.S. products is north around 10 percentage points. So it could affect Modi and his people directly. And the timing here is just remarkable.
The timing is exquisite, really. And we've already seen India reading the room, getting the message from Trump, lowering some of its tariffs, for instance, on U.S.-made motorcycles and luxury goods. They're also moving to address some of Donald Trump's concerns on things like immigration as well. So, we hear the president talk about, deportations. India's already accepted several plane loads of undocumented migrants from here in the U.S. And there are other areas too, such as energy purchases that India has also agreed to make some increases there.
In the first Trump term, Donald Trump used to call the prime minister the king of tariffs. Does he need to show up today with a gift of lower tariffs on the U.S.?
That would be, and certainly Donald Trump himself is trying to take that crown because, as he said in an interview with our own John Micklethwaite before the election, he sees tariffs as the most beautiful word in the dictionary, and also his favorite tool when it comes to economic and other foreign policy. Because, Joe, when you brought up the tariffs that were imposed and then later held in abeyance against Canada and Mexico, that was over economic grounds, but also over the influx of fentanyl into the country, and then also the flows of migrants into the U.S. So it is more than just about economics for Donald Trump.
We just have 30 seconds left here, Mike, but how much should we expect with all this tariff and trade stuff going on to hear about China when we hear from the president and Modi today?
Well, China is one of the big subtexts, and India is emerging as a potential rival as in the supply chain, but also as a consumer of U.S. products. So we can be sure to hear something along those lines this afternoon.
Mike Shepard, as always, thank you, sir, with us here at Bloomberg in Washington. Shep thanks us. We thank Shep, rather, as we stand by for news from President Trump. He's going to be holding forth at some point this hour. We're told, Kaylee, in the Oval Office. It's not going to be live coverage. We'll let you know what news is made, though, inside the room as it happens here on the fastest show in politics. No fewer than 4 encounters with the press today for Donald Trump. So I suspect we'll have quite a few headlines by the close of business. We've got our eyes on reciprocal tariffs, and we'll assemble our panel next right here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the NAD+. I've added this to my daily stack. Why? Because it boosts up energy levels and it helps to heal damaged DNA. We accumulate DNA damage in our nucleus, but also in our mitochondria. So we need to repair that damage. It accumulates over time, and we have repair mechanisms that can repair some DNA damage. But as we get older, it overrides the repair mechanism, all this DNA damage because of the accumulation. And we start having mutations, we start having gene expression that's just not as efficient. So And that adds to the aging process of the cells and the tissues. You want to mitigate that. So NAD plus boosts up the energy levels, but also helps to repair DNA damage, including mitochondrial DNA. Now, NAD plus also helps neural health. It helps to protect the neurons. That's really important once you turn 40 plus years of age. So do some exercising, resistance training, cardiovascular, do some stretching, balancing exercises, but also take supplementation like NAD plus to protect those neurons. Really important once you turn 40 plus years of age. So please go to my store, get this NAD plus, repair your DNA damage and protect your neurons and boost up your energy levels. Again, boosting up energy levels is really important as part of an anti-aging protocol. Now, another great supplement I have is ubiquinol. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10. Right here. Most people that take CoQ10, you're taking the lower bioavailable version. This version of CoQ10 is the highest bioavailable version of CoQ10 that you can take. So please go to my store, get the high bioavailable CoQ10 that you can get, ubiquinol. Take it every day. What does it do? It's an antioxidant, so it's going to soak up free radicals. It's synergistic with C60. Ubiquinol also helps the health of the mitochondria. So your energy levels are going to go up. You're going to have more ATP. I've been saying increase your ATP, increase your ATP. Have you noticed? And then ubiquinol also protects your neurons. So taking ubiquinol, the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can take, it'll help to protect your neurons. This is synergistic with NAD+, because people get, 40 plus years of age, they need to protect those neurons. It's really important to start using ubiquinol for neural health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the ubiquinol and stack it with the NAD+. They work really well together. I've also added NAC to my stack. Why? It boosts up glutathione levels. Glutathione is another pathway to soak up free radicals. It's synergistic with C60. The different ways that you soak up free radicals, the better off you're going to be. NAC also helps to detoxify your liver and your kidney, especially if you take acetaminophen. And NAC also helps to calm your nervous system. It reduces anxiety. When people have chronic anxiety, your cortisol levels go up, your glucose levels go up, and chronic cortisol levels because of anxiety leads to suppressing your immune system. So you want to calm your system down. You want to go into a parasympathetic mode. When you do that, over time, what's going to happen is your immune system is going to improve too. So please take NAC, boost up your glutathione levels, soak up more free radicals. NAC helps to detoxify your liver and your kidneys, and also NAC helps to calm anxiety. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the NAC.
White House where press has yet to be let in, but we are assuming that they will be momentarily, as Donald Trump, the President of the United States, prepares to announce reciprocal tariffs. This is something that he's been teasing for a while now. At first, it was Tuesday or Wednesday. We were supposed to get this announcement. And in fact, it is today. That is the day. And it just happens to coincide with the visit of a country that very much could be affected by reciprocal tariff policy, depending on the contours of it, India. Narendra Modi is going to have to visit just hours after this announcement is made.
Man that Donald Trump once referred to as the king of tariffs. They are, in fact, a trading partner that tariffs the U.S. more than most. And there's a question about whether we'll see an offering of sorts from the prime minister when he arrives to lower some of these numbers, because reciprocal is the word of the day. Let's assemble our panel for their take on all of this. We're waiting to hear from President Trump right now. Rick Davis is with us, Republican strategist, Bloomberg Politics contributor and partner at Stone Court Capital. Joined today by Janae Lortel, partner at ARC Initiatives, our Democratic strategist. Great to see you both. Janae, what do you think we're going to hear from Donald Trump in the Oval Office. I realize you're not in his head today, but we have seen a bit of a pattern. You threaten the tariffs, you give him a bit of a timeline so some concessions can be offered. How about today?
Well, certainly wouldn't want to be in Donald Trump's head. But certainly I think that this is following a pattern, right? We saw with the previous tariffs that were announced, and then there was some sort of deal or concession made, and then he was able to walk back some of it, but still, look tough when it comes to these tariffs. And so I think we'll see much of that now. These reciprocal tariffs, though, let's be reminded, are a bit of a danger in that they kind of create this dynamic, this tension with those who have been trade partners and allies of the United States. And they also just could incite kind of this trade war. And so I don't think, it's a really positive long-term strategy for the United States, but it's certainly something that Donald Trump has undertaken to look very tough in his America First mindset.
So is this ultimately, in the timing of it specifically, Rick, a power move being pulled over Modi?
Imagine that, Donald Trump pulling a power move on our allies. Every day is a power move by Donald Trump. And absolutely, this has been orchestrated the way it's happening. And obviously, a lot more countries are going to be affected by these reciprocal tariffs than just India. But as Joe mentioned at the start, India is a user of pretty stiff trade penalties against us and limits our exports to India significantly. Now, they've been trying to walk that back, and they've approved some lowering of tariffs on things like motorcycles and luxury goods. But that's not going to sway Donald Trump. He's got a message for the world, and that is, you guys have been treating us like suckers. We don't get fair access to your markets, but ours is open. I mean, you've heard the rhetoric before. He's going to make good use of that today. And if all that changes in 2 weeks and Modi and Trump come to some agreement, various trade-offs, then he'll change it right away. He has no compunction to undermine his own policy by cutting a deal. And after all, he is the deal president. And I think that's what we're going to see today. First volley of negotiation.
Porsche cuts 1,900 jobs in Germany after EV demand slumps.
With President Trump. Janae, what do you think about this? We're looking at an image of these two men shaking hands, talking collaboration between India and the US when it comes to space and AI. Is this going to be kind of the 1-2 punch? Elon tenderizes you, then you go meet with the boss?
Well, perhaps, right? What we see is, the installation of Elon Musk as a central figure in the Trump administration certainly has put him in a place where he can appear to be the chief kind of negotiator, kind of priming the pump with these folks before they meet with Donald Trump. But listen, Elon Musk has had, a number of things that he's kind of proposed over the course of the last couple of days and weeks that, he kind of wants to be a central player. And so talking about space, talking about AI, or perhaps things that there could be like a productive conversation on. But also, he wasn't voted on by anyone. He wasn't, he wasn't asked by the American people for kind of any of his, proposed, kind of solutions and air quotes that he's putting forward. And so I think there's just a lot of concern though with someone who's been a bit unhinged in these first couple of weeks in his role to be really sitting across the table for major players and major allies of the United States.
Well, yeah, so Rick, weigh in on this as he talks about areas in which they agree, and specifically India's pursuit of minimum government, which is obviously what Elon Musk is working on right now. How is he going to factor into these relationships with allies and adversaries alike? To what extent does he speak for the president?
Well, we certainly know he speaks with the president, and that is an implied power base on its own. He's one of the very few people we've seen who's been able to sort of move Donald Trump in a direction that might have been slightly different than his instincts. And also, we've seen Donald Trump keep an enormous amount of responsibility on a very high-profile basis onto Elon Musk. So, we've used the frame of reference deputy president. The Elon Musk, Donald Trump Oval Office press conference a couple of days ago, certainly showed the closeness of that relationship. And there's not a world leader who doesn't want to sort of leverage that to try and get what they can out of the U.S. government. So I think that Elon Musk as a warm-up act to Donald Trump is pretty powerful. And he's accomplished a lot in a short time. And his impact on the U.S. government has been, someone called surreal. And so there's no telling what kind of influence he can have on the world stage.
Yeah, like Trump is a Salvador Dali painting.
It's been less than a month. What does that tell you about a man critics call an isolationist?
Yeah, anybody who calls this president a protectionist or an isolationist really doesn't understand the philosophy that Donald Trump seeks to exist. He wants America to dominate the globe. He believes that our economy and our military are second to none, and those are his sort of weapons of commerce. And so he is going to be influential in every stage. Think about it. He is talking about owning Gaza. He's talking about acquiring Greenland. He is talking about upsettling the entire global trade regime, and in the process, negotiating directly a peace treaty between Ukraine and Russia. I mean, this is not a man who you would call an isolationist. And so these labels that were tossed around in MAGA circles to get people's attention and their votes, they fall away within the first month of this administration, just by demonstrating how active he is on the world stage.
Well, and especially as we consider the talks that will be beginning in Munich, we understand tomorrow between Ukraine and envoys of the U.S., including Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Vice President J.D. Vance. Janae, given everything that Rick just said, are you surprised that Trump himself doesn't want to be present for these conversations, or is it just too early to go abroad?
Well, I think the reality of the matter is, President Trump has allies, has folks that, again, he trusts their counsel, that he trusts their opinion, and letting others kind of weigh in or be, proxy to represent him in some of these key meetings or in these conversations. I don't think is a strange take. I mean, you have folks who have experience in foreign policy and kind of understand who the allies are on the world stage and how to have these conversations, and certainly they're doing it in concert with his ideas, his thinking, and so they do represent his ideas. And so I don't think that it really strikes me as odd that he would allow these folks to be kind of his proxy in these conversations and not himself go abroad.
We're frequently taken by the traditions here surrounding a visit like this from a foreign leader. You see this, Rick, they've got a bilateral news conference planned, and it will be followed by a private dinner between the two. This is, of course, not a state dinner, but something that Donald Trump hasn't offered other leaders visiting so far. What does that tell you about their relationship, or what he wants to get out of this?
Yeah, this is a working visit, less pomp and circumstance. I would say I'm a little surprised Trump hasn't invited him to a rally. When Trump went to India, he had a 100,000 person rally that Modi put on for him. So I think this is really a focus of the administration right now. Show you're working, show you're getting things done. On a day when you're announcing these tariffs, sit down with Modi and cut a deal. And I think that's probably what we'll find out tomorrow.
Well, yeah, I guess we'll have to stay tuned, or maybe we'll find out in the 5 o'clock hour when the news conference is slated to begin. These news always seem to fall in balance of power,
There's
which I
something
guess
about this
is
program
lucky for us.
driving the news.
Yeah, we'll get the news conference later, and in the meantime, again, another news conference happening in the Oval Office is scheduled to begin any minute now, though it has not yet. It was originally scheduled for 1 p.m. Eastern time. Janae, are we going to see a slowdown in the availability to the press anytime soon from this president? Because this is a frenetic pace, and I'm wondering how long it can be kept up.
It'll keep up
I think there was
for
a
4
question
years.
early on about sustainability, right? We've seen this avalanche of newsworthy moments, signing of executive orders, the confirmation hearings, all the swearing-ins. Like, this has been, just an onslaught of news. And I do think that,
Heaven forbid the news networks actually work for a living. And secondly, they still don't understand Trump is an agent of chaos. He's been born under the stars of chaos. Everything about him is chaotic. It's going to be high impact, high energy, in high chaos for the rest of his administration. These people are clowns. They don't even know what they're talking about.
They like to be out front. They're not going to do a lot of this work behind the scenes. Certainly there's an agenda of things that they will likely kind of prime behind the scenes before we see it in the news. But I think a lot of this will happen, continue to happen on center stage in front of the American people and the press. And then, you know, maybe in a month or two, we'll see the pace slow a little closer to normal. But I think it's going to be.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so because there's a high potentiality that Taiwan becomes a flash pan. There is a high potentiality of the Middle East reigniting in violence and destruction. Then you have internally the battle on the Hill between the Democrats and the Republicans trying to pass bills. No, this thing's going all the way. It's going to be super high intensity going to midterm elections. That's 2026. And then after that, you know, we don't know what the ramifications are, but if it goes to the Democratic side, if if more seats go towards the Democrats during the midterm elections, then it's going to hinder Trump's second half of his second term. And there's probably going to be a lot of fighting there too. So no, I think that there's going to be a lot of intensity throughout his whole administration for the next 4 years. This idea that it's just, see what it is the media is used to Biden pace. Everything is so slow. Everything is like a turtle. And then you got to take some time off and sleep on the beach. And no one's watching the candy store. All right? Trump's not like that. Trump is going to be bull in the China shop for the rest of his presidency, which I think is a good thing. All right. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Let's talk about the last pillar of the core protocol. Boomer Boost is a powder. You get a big scooper, you take it every day, you mix it with filtered water, milk, a shake, soft foods. You can take it a lot of different ways. I mix it with soft foods like hummus or yogurt. Take it once a day, a big scoop, and you take it for your breakfast or for your lunch. What will happen is you're going to start to lose weight. Your energy levels are going to go up. You're going to have higher metabolism. You're going to sleep better. Your cardiovascular health is going to improve. Your brain health will improve. You're going to be able to concentrate better. Again, you're going to sleep better. Your mental clarity will be better. And your muscles and strength will improve. Now, it has 68 nutrients. It has a very extensive profile of those nutrients, and you can read on my website the label carefully, and you know, it's got some really good stuff in here. All right, not everything in here is really good. All right, you take it every day, breakfast or lunch, and you're going to start to lose weight, and you're going to get healthier. All right, and because of all this extra energy, you're going to like going, wow, you know, you're going to be more active. You're going to have a more active life. All right. Now, this can be coupled with the protocol that I told you about with the max 35 to improve your immune system, C60 to soak up the free radicals, lignans, turmeric, and ashwagandha to bring down pro-inflammatory cytokines, bring down that chronic inflammation, so you're boosting up your immune system, and then taking Boomer Boost to boost up your energy levels and your metabolism. But again, this helps with cardiovascular health, this helps with brain health, helps with your muscles, boosts up that metabolism and increases the energy levels. Now, you can couple it with barley, all right? Gladiator barley or the heirloom barley. Now, what's the difference of the two? Heirloom barley, you detoxify your body, you're bringing down inflammation, and you're soaking up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. It's a protein. It's a high density protein. It's a superfood. So you take about 3 or 4 scoops of this. You can take it separately and mix it with soft foods or with a shake or with filtered water. It's up to you. But I mix it with, when I take the barley, I mix it with my hummus. So it's soft foods that I mix it with. Now that's the heirloom barley. Now you get the same benefits of the heirloom barley in the gladiator barley, but the gladiator barley also gives you strength benefits. So you'll get detoxification benefits, strength benefits, bring down the inflammation, and soak up free radicals by taking the gladiator barley. It's a high density protein. You take the same thing, 3 or 4 little scoops, not big scoops, but little scoops of this, and put it in your shake or your hummus or yogurt or filtered water, whatever, however you want to take it. Some people put it in with milk. So it's up to you, but it's a high density protein. And you can take it separately. It works really well when you do resistance training, right? With gladiator barley, you're doing the resistance training, you're gaining strength, so you're gaining muscle mass, but you're also bringing down inflammation, so your recovery time is quicker. You're soaking up free radicals from your workout through the superoxide dismutase, and you're detoxifying your body all in one. So you get a lot of benefits from the gladiator. But if ones aren't so focused on the strength side of it, are more just focused on the detoxification, reducing of inflammation in the superoxide dismutase to soak up free radicals, take the heirloom barley. You could take them separately, but better yet, to couple it with the boomer boost. If you couple it with the boomer boost, you're going to get added benefits. So again, you take it once a day, either breakfast or lunch, take the boomer boost, 1 big scoop, take the gladiator barley or the heirloom barley, take about 3 or 4 little scoops, mix it however you want to mix it. Soft foods is how I do it, but some people create shakes or just mix it with filtered water. But you do that for your breakfast or lunch, and you'll get there's a synergistic effect. And what will happen is your A1C levels are going to be controlled. You're going to reduce the chances of developing diabetes, and if you have diabetes, you're going to be able to control it. In most cases, right? Most cases, diabetes in the United States is because of being overweight and diet and lack of exercise. So when you improve your exercise, you improve your diet, then what will happen is that you're controlling your insulin resistance, you're improving your A1C levels, and very high probability you can get off your medication if you're being medicated because of diabetes. Now, not all diabetes is due to lifestyle. Some people have genetic problems and they develop diabetes at a young age, juvenile diabetes, or even damage to the pancreas. All right, and then you can develop diabetes that way too. But most diabetes is reversible in the United States. So if you want to control your A1C levels, gain strength, get healthy, lose weight, get a lot more energy, have more vitality, this combo is for you. All right. So I've created a longevity boost box where you can buy the gladiator barley or the heirloom barley, and you get the boomer boost with it. It's designed at a discount. You can also add the discount 5 on top of that, and you will be able to get the boomer boost with the barley of your choice. It's a great way to get healthy. All right, you take it for breakfast or for lunch, and I guarantee you that if you add up the cost of your breakfast or your lunch, all right, for the whole month, it is more expensive to eat the crappy food that you're eating than to take a 1 month supply of boomer boost with Gladiator barley, and you'll get healthier by doing so. So it behooves you to follow this very easy protocol. Now, again, if you do this and you add in the other 3 pillars that I told you about taking the Max 35, taking the C60, taking the turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans, and then the Boomer Boost with the Gladiator barley, boom, that's supercharged. That is supercharged, okay? But it's up to you. It's up to you if you want to listen. Proper diet, proper exercise, that means resistance training, some cardio. Walking is a great exercise, but you have to do some weight training. Stretching, balancing exercises, activate those neurons, because when you get older, people have gait issues, and a big part of it is nutrition, supplementation, and they weren't activating their cerebellum in their 40s, 50s, 60s. And when you don't activate your cerebellum, you start wasting away in a chair, then don't be surprised that your neurons start having problems. And then you start shaking, having Parkinsonian issues at age 65. So then, with that holistic approach, and then training your mind, learn new things, talk to people, read and write. When you have some spirituality or meditation, some mindfulness, all these things synergistically work well to improve your health, slow down the aging process, and you'll have more vitality. It's not as simple as just take a vitamin. If someone says just take a vitamin, that's not the answer. You got to look at it from a holistic approach. If someone says just work out, no, because when you work out, you're creating free radicals and you actually age faster. If you just work out, you age faster. You have to soak up the free radicals while you're working out. It's pretty simple. If someone says, well, just meditate, well, you can look like a fat Buddha and meditate. It doesn't mean you're healthy. You can still be diabetic and be spiritual, have mindfulness. There are lots of people that are Buddhists that are diabetic. No, that's not the answer either. If someone says just do yoga, well, no, that's not the answer either. If someone says just, train your mind and learn new things, well, you can be out of shape. It's a holistic approach. That's the point I'm making. And I've given you everything you need to couple this together to improve your health. Now, not everybody can afford everything I'm doing. I get that. And that's why I've created these different anti-aging boxes and all these different longevity boxes and given discount codes. And I've told you how to stack it to target certain systems that you want to target. If you do everything I do, well, you're going to be supercharged. But some people can't do that. But if someone tells you, just take a vitamin, they're wrong. If they say, just work out, they're wrong. It's holistic. You got to look at this thing from a holistic point of view. And over time, you are going to slow down the aging process. Now, people have been watching me for more than 5 years. Some people have been watching me for 10 years or plus, maybe even 15, maybe 12, 15 years. I haven't been aging, and I'm not a vampire. You know what the secret is? Holistic. It's a holistic approach. It's really simple. If someone says, just filter your water and eat properly, just eat your green beans, stay away from meat, be a veggie, be a vegetarian. No, that won't work either. It's holistic. I'm telling you, it's holistic. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and follow what I'm saying, because it works.
the Oval for this, and Donald Trump says he will be part of putting together this reciprocal plan, is talking about what he's describing as Canada and Mexico being pathways for stuff from countries like India and China, which is why, in part, those tariff threats were put into place. But if you're India, if you're China, you already have tariffs. If you're India, you're looking at more now with these reciprocal tariff announcements, as are many other countries around the world, including European ones that have that value-added tax, which Donald Trump has confirmed he will be treating as a tariff.
Yeah, pretty interesting to watch this unfold before our eyes here. President Trump speaking, and we'll play back some of this for you once reporters get a chance to leave the Oval Office, Kaylee, but it does look like he said this is the big one. I guess he meant it.
Yeah, so we want to get more on just how big this is and turn to our colleague Tyler Kendall, who's here with us in our Washington, D.C. studio. Another noteworthy headline, Tyler, coming out of the president from this is that he expects, because of this, some countries will reduce or terminate their tariffs. This is what it's all about, right?
Right, exactly. And what sort of negotiations are going to come out of this? We're still waiting for some big questions to be answered, including if there will be exemptions and also the timeline for this. You guys were speaking about the idea of steel tariffs before, when President Trump put into effect sort of a 4-week negotiation period, saying that they'll go into effect on March 12th to see what sort of benefits he could get back from these countries. Now, we know at least one of them is already starting to vie for this. You know, India's prime minister is coming to the White House later today, and we've already started to see India, for example, slash some of their tariffs on goods from everything from motorbikes to luxury cars, and also some reporting coming out that they're trying to boost U.S. LNG imports to the country, as well as defense weapons.
So what are we going to find out here in the next couple of hours? Because it's very difficult, to your point, to answer some of the questions that are being asked, specifically about reciprocal tariffs, but this is what Donald Trump wants us to be talking about today.
Right, and Joe, he says it's a simple idea, right? If they charge us, we will charge them. We also heard Caroline Leavitt say this yesterday during the press conference, calling this the golden rule: treat others how you would like to be treated. Often when we talk about tariffs, right, we've heard the Trump administration outline 3 ways that they like to use them: as a revenue raiser, as a negotiating tactic, and to rebalance trade. Now, in this iteration of it seems to be addressing the latter. And as we heard on the campaign trail, President Trump had promised what he called universal tariffs. This isn't exactly the same sort of idea, but I've spoken to Republican aides on Capitol Hill who have said that this would likely fulfill that same sort of campaign promise for widespread tariffs to get back to this goal that President Trump would like to see when it comes to rebalancing trade. We did mention India before, and you pulled up some of the statistics. I also wanted to point out one from Bloomberg Economics, who crunched the numbers. We have a $41 billion trade deficit with them that puts India at 10th overall for all nations that trade with us.
Well, and so clearly that might be one of the things that Donald Trump is identifying here and wanting to rebalance that trade. But India is also an incredibly important partner. A lot of these countries that we're talking about, Europe included, with these are allies that the U.S. needs for geopolitical efforts. How does the economics of this complicate the foreign policy?
Particularly when you think about how we have also relied on India when it comes to competition with China and the Indo-Pacific. That is also definitely going to be one of the main focus areas today, as the Trump administration has really made competing with China such a focal point of their stump on the campaign trail, and some of the actions that we've already seen this administration taken. So it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out, what sort of leverage India comes to the table with as we wait for additional headlines on what these reciprocal tariffs could really look like.
This is really interesting. We're getting some more information out of the president as we speak. This is coming from the press pool and our reporters in the room. He refers to it as one of the biggest economic bills ever signed, but specifically, Kaylee, steel and aluminum is over and above this. Cars will be over above this and coming shortly. We just put out a headline on that on the terminal. So this is not going to be the last word on reciprocal tariffs.
Yeah, he says chips and pharma will also be over and above this. These are all ideas he's floated before, obviously, but making it clear that one tariff does not necessarily mean another isn't coming.
Correct.
And I would note, this is now signed. He has used the Sharpie, and he has signed action on reciprocal tariffs with all of these trade barriers, and it's just incredible to see the pace here.
Yeah,
was it yesterday that Elon Musk was in the Oval with Donald Trump?
I think it was 2 days ago.
It was 2 days ago.
A little hard to tell.
Thank
By the
you.
way, he had his son back with him. X was in the meeting with Prime Minister Modi a short time ago.
Yeah, well, and they were talking about like minimizing government, for example, which we know is well underway in this White House, whether you're looking at USAID, whether you're looking at regulatory agencies, Tyler, like the CFPB, and I know you had a little reporting on that from Capitol Hill with a big bank CEO earlier.
Kelly, that was a fantastic segue into this. Thank you. I was on Capitol Hill earlier today. We know that some big bank CEOs were meeting with Senate Republicans of the Banking Committee, of course, now chaired by Tim Scott. An aide for that committee tells me that they were meeting about debanking and this idea moving forward, something that's become a Trump administration priority. And of course, Tim Scott is a big ally of this White House's. But after the meeting, I had the chance to catch up with Jamie Dimon, and I asked him about this idea that we could see some shifts when it comes to financial regulators and exactly what he thinks about that. And he told me, I want you to take a lesson here. I think we have the tape. He told me that he thinks that there should be a holistic review on all of them.
I think it's time, in my view, to take a step back and look at all the rules and regulations put in place to create a better, safer, sounder, more consumer-friendly system that finances the growth of the United States of America.
Joe and Kelly,
Yeah.
Jamie,
Reduce banking fees and reduce the credit card interest payments, interest fees. There's too much friction that the banking industry has created. Now, the problem is that you have Wall Street that keeps on saying, banks, you have to increase your share price. And the only way to do that is to find ways and making more money through trading and making more money through fee structure. Because banks don't really want to loan you a business loan. Banks really don't want to loan you for a house. They prefer to give you a credit card because they charge you 20% interest. And they borrow the money cheap from the Federal Reserve. That's the game. And we need regulation to shut that down. If you're in a growing, if you're in a developed economy like the United States, your banking industry should not be growing faster than the economy. That's a sign that there are frictions in the system where the banking industry is taking advantage of the consumer. I mean, just think about that for a second. In a developed nation, how does a bank grow faster than an economy? Banking should be boring. Very simple business model. But they're playing games with depositors' money. They're playing games with the fee structure. And those games hurt the economy. They don't help the economy. They may help the bank shareholder, and then maybe our banks should be actually utilities, heavily regulated. I mean, they're being regulated now through the Federal Reserve. There's banking regulations, the through the FTC and through the FDIC, but I'm talking about like turning them into utilities. That's what we really need. The way the banking system works in the United States, they are fleecing the average consumer. And Congress let it happen. All right. For the ones that are watching on Rumble, we have the live stream on Rumble. Thank you for watching. I appreciate it. For the ones that were watching live stream on YouTube, thank you very much. For the ones that were watching on my website, either the large screen version or the dashboard version, thank you very much. And for the ones that participated in X Spaces today, thank you again. Now, every show I do, or almost every show, I have a simulcast on X Spaces for people to do a call-in. Now, we try to have a call-in with someone, but for whatever reason, they lost connection. So unfortunately, we weren't able to get a call-in today. But going forward, please go to X Spaces, ask for the mic, ask your question about the news that we're covering for the day or your opinion. This is an interactive show. It's supposed to get your feedback about what you think is happening in our economies, in international affairs or domestic policy. So tomorrow we're going to be doing this again. Please don't be afraid, do the call-in. It's fun. So thank you for listening. I'm going to be ending this transmission for today. It's been going on for just under 5 hours. So thank you for listening and have a nice day.